Ms. Angela Nunn will come before us with the help of Gudrun Palmer and lead us through that discussion. So a very full day of updates and discussion, and then day 2 will be a half day where we'll talk about living wage. You know, we've heard from you all that you want us to lead the market in compensation, and so we've also heard some numbers thrown out, you know, about $23 and $24 an hour. So staff has looked at what that would look like and what it would take for us to get there, especially as we are looking to get the findings from our class and comp study. So we'll have some really robust discussion about our living wage policy. Also look at this says Loan Time Homeowners Relief Fund. So we'll also have that discussion tomorrow as well. And then talk about the Board of Elections update. You all approved for us to purchase the former Shops at Hope Valley parking shopping center. And so one of the uses in that center we know would be the Board of Elections relocating to that. And so we want you to get an update on how we look to make that happen and what it will take for us to make that happen, and then talk through our prioritizations as well. We also did some priorities in November when we had our board policy retreat. And so some of the discussions that we've had have been with those priorities in mind. We'll also have a discussion about what you all offered to us in that discussion, how we look to shape the budget based on those priorities. So lots of good discussions to be had. And if you'll go to the next slide, I don't know who's driving. I've just been talking. Thanks so much, Keith, for keeping up with me.
Can I just make? I'm sorry, Manager. Can I make one quick announcement?
Sure.
If everyone could pull their mics closer to them when they're speaking, we're having a few people that are having difficulty hearing.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
First time in my life I have ever been asked to speak up. So.
Is Commissioner Lom is online?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so on the screen, you'll see kind of a summary of what you all submitted to us as your priorities in that November policy retreat, but we'll go a little deeper into that as we continue throughout the day. Okay, next slide. So our outcomes, of course, we'll share the context by which we'll develop the 23-24 budget. We'll also look at the investments that you all want to make as priorities for this budget as well as future budgets. And I think, yep, and then after that, we'll ask you to consider what your 3 main priorities are. If you notice, we are narrowing the tunnel. In November, we asked you for the top 3 to 5 priorities. Now we're saying the top 3. So eventually, we're going to get to where we have a really clear and concise list of priorities. And with that, I will also say, even though we ask you to name your priorities, we know that throughout the year, other things come up that you all consider important and that you want us to look at addressing. We are always willing and able to do that. This is just our way of getting to a point where Keith is not sweating and jumping up and down saying, you're asking for too much, okay? We're going to make sure we streamline this process so that we can develop a clear and concise budget. Any questions before we begin with the day?
Well, I know you didn't say you didn't limit the number of words that we could put into our priorities.
It is a bit of a loophole.
Yeah, we knew they would find a way to get around it, Keith and Claudia.
Yeah, I think we have printed off copies of notes that were taken from the policy retreat. They're highlights of things that you spoke of at that policy retreat, of things that are important to you. So you should have that printout available to you. It's okay. Well, it is coming soon, and we'll also have a printout of the entire presentation today. The rest of the documents are available in Legistar. They're all PDFs. You can download them and read them at your leisure, because this is all leisure level reading you'll be doing. All right, I think we're ready for Susan Tezai to come up and start. She's going to give a financial overview of the county. Monica? There we go. Come on, Susan.
Good morning, Susan. How are you?
Good morning.
Everyone's doing well today. Let me just spread my little stuff out here. So
So I'm here today to give you a current brief update of the financial overview condition of the county.
And Susan, I will ask you if you'll pull a little closer.
Sorry. Thank you.
There we go.
They don't normally accuse me of that either. So we'll move right along. So what the board has always wanted in the past is a summary of the swap, its performance to date, and where we are right now with the swap, the county swap. So you can see it started in 2005 fiscal year was when we first started earning our distributions, because the swap is called an investment derivative. So you can see over the life, it started out small, and of course, as we got more into it, and then in 2009, we increased the notational amount, which is the amount of debt that goes into it. We also increased it again in 2011. So then you can see, as we're getting closer to the maturity date, the interest was trending downward. As we get closer to the maturity date, it will continue to trend down. We also have now another factor. The Fed's playing with the interest rates. That has caught, well, first of all, it took a value hit as soon as COVID hit, because everyone was so unsure about the economy. So we went and we worked with our PFM, who's our swap advisor. And we did a lot of analyses and thought at the time that it was in the best interest of the county to maintain the swap. And also, even if the monetary value goes into the negative, the formula is such that you can still be in the negative but still earn positive interest income, which is what we've seen over the years. And that's because Durham County swap was very well negotiated on Durham County's behalf. It's a complex formula dealing with SIFMA compared to LIBOR plus a fixed interest rate, not to get too far into the weeds. So, and even at that point in time, we were still earning positive interest earnings. And of course, it recouped as the economy and everybody realized that we're okay, and our investors realized we're okay. So, but now with the Feds about a year and a half ago doing their thing with the interest rates, the value of it has started to fluctuate up and down. To give you an example, just the first of this month, the value was a positive of about $400K. As of 2 days ago, it was a negative of $27,000. As of first thing this morning, it was a negative of $104. But the positive interest earnings as of this morning was over 240-some thousand. So when all that volatility started, we reached out again to our advisor, had them do a complex analysis to figure out if it was in our best interest to stay or to go. We also worked with our FA in making that determination. And it was determined that we needed to stay because right now the interest between the LIBOR and the SIFMA is still in our best interest to stay. But the point here that you need to know for this budget season is that the maturity date is March 1, 2031. And so we're only about 8 years out to maturity. So this is not going to be the moneymaker that you've seen in the past. Just like for this year, we're looking at an estimate of about $490-some thousand in interest earnings. And if you recall, if we were to get out and it's a negative, then that's the amount that we would pay. If it's a positive, that's the amount that they would pay us. And if you recall, when we started the swap, to be conservative, we set aside a fund balance up to what would have been 50% of what we would need. And that fund balance has stayed committed by the board as to reduce any risk that it would have a financial impact on the county should we have to pay. But I think we're fine. Our swap advisor thinks we're fine, and our FA thinks we're fine. But just to be safe, we requested and we receive reports in finance daily. And myself and the assistant CFO for Treasury and Debt look at that first thing every morning. So, yes, ma'am.
Susan, are you saying that if we were to pull out of the swap fund right now, potentially it might cost us $17 million?
No, it would cost you, the negative value that as of this morning was $104 and some change. So
Why then is the fund balance $17 million?
Because, and Keith can speak to the appropriations, but every It's not appropriate as a transfer every year to fund debt service. It's a planned financing over time. So that's a buildup to help assist with debt service to eliminate the burden on the taxpayers. Keith?
So actually, it's a fund balance for something else besides swap.
Well, it's the fund balance for swap, but the swap funds have always been used to assist in funding debt service. So that means when we decide to use it in the budgetary process, whatever's appropriated in the budget is moved to the debt service fund to help pay the debt.
And made a choice to get the county in this, an opportunity to make a little money on some of the money we were already paying on debt through this swap fund. It's a complicated issue. The simple summary is that the board back then and the board every year has continued as a board policy to set aside those funds for debt service, annual debt payments. We spend about $60+ million a year on debt service, and this money helps pay for that debt service. The fund balance has grown because I use a number of different fund balances to try to help flatten out the tax rate needed to pay for debt service. So when we have a project that comes much like Hope Valley or new projects or projects increase and we're able to pay for those increases in new projects without raising taxes, I go and dabble in that fund balance and pull from our savings account. That $17 million is just a savings account that we have. By board policy, it's applied to debt service. There's $17 million in it now, partially, but we have to keep half of it because we're in this fund in case it turns into a big negative. Remember, Susan said it's only a negative of $100 right now if we were to get out of it this moment. But we've been earning money, but there's $17 million in there. But I have that money allotted out in future years to pay for the GO bond referendum, to pay for animal shelters, to pay for all sorts of new things and unknown things. We would use that fund balance. That's why it's at $17 million, but that doesn't mean it will just sit there in perpetuity.
And over the past years, there have been fiscal years where funds were appropriated to transfer to help with the debt. It's all in the planning model. But to add to that, you can look at this as like this was additional funding to take tax burden off the taxpayers. If we had not have entered into the swap and it had not have been this lucrative, we would not have had that additional funding source. So that was a positive. Also, when the swaps became popular, a lot of entities in North Carolina, several large entities entered into swaps. Theirs was not as lucrative, but it depends on the terms of how you negotiate in that swap. Durham County has been, and we've been very fortunate that it has been, but like I said, the negotiations on behalf of Durham County were very, very good. I've been to some continuing education. They've asked, I know years ago, who always got a swap, raise your hand. Several people did. As time went on, at one point, I'm the only one that raised my hand. And they're like, you still have one? Well, yeah, it's doing really, really well. So
Susan and George Quick's credit, this is as close to free money
yes.
the county has ever experienced. This is debt we're already paying on, but due to the complications of this whole thing, we've earned an additional $17 million just because of being in this over the course of 10 plus years. Now, we may be phasing ourselves out of it because this economy is not the economy that we experienced from 2010 to 2020 with ultra low interest rates. So it may be time to get out of it. And we understand that and have been planning for that on the CIP. So it won't come as a shock. But historically, you all should be extraordinarily proud of this. This is amazing amount of money to make that not many people have entered into other counties.
And if you notice, even in 2008 to 2010, during the Great Recession, it's still earned. And if you look at it, the 34.7 is what was earned to date of actual monies coming in. And we have a fund balance right now of 17.7. That means you've used 17 point, or about 17 point some million already to ease the fund, to use as funding sources on behalf of the county over the years.
Susan, I have a question. Did you had a question? No, I was just thinking. Okay. Just to follow up on something that Keith said. So what would cause this to go away? And if it went away, what would replace it?
At this point, the swaps are not turning into a good idea to do a new investment. We are tracking that as well with our FA and with PFM, our swap advisor. If at any point in time that does look like it is the way to go for Durham County, then you would be approached with that. But at this point, in speaking with both advisors, it is going away. And so when it matures as of 2031, March 1, that will be your last distribution because it will have amortized over the life of the swap.
Okay.
And just to reiterate, we are looking at it daily because if anything were to go south, we will make sure that any impact would not be significant to the county. It will be minimal.
Okay. Thank you.
And then here you're looking at the 5-year trend for your percentage of budget in the general fund for your revenues and expenditures. You can see we've been very fortunate. I think it's been 13 years consecutively that we've earned over 100% of our budgeted revenues. That was during hard times as well as good times. You can see, I think, and someone else can speak to the budget, but when COVID came, we weren't sure what the economy was going to be. So it was my understanding we budgeted conservatively. But we were very fortunate again that COVID did not have a significant negative impact on our economy. So that's why you see 109.8% was collected of actual revenues over and above what we budgeted for the general fund. And that, yes, ma'am? Oh, okay. And then you can see we did trend spending more than we had in FY21 because we do want to use our resources. But it still came in at 92.86% of our budgeted expenditures. And what you don't see up here is the amount that we do transfer, like for debt service from the capital financing funds and those types of things. So, but we fared very well, and as a result, as of June 30th, 2022, our fund balance for general fund grew by over 52.7 million. So Durham County is very much fiscally sound.
And I know Vice Chair Jacobs has a comment, but I just want to take this moment to thank Susan and her team for the great work you do in making sure we maintain that sound fiscal stability. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Are we hearing right? You're retiring?
Yes, ma'am.
She called you out.
Don't leave me, Susan.
Was that supposed to be quiet?
Don't leave me.
Well, I guess it's not a secret.
No
But,
more.
Right. It just wasn't on the agenda, that's all.
But I've loved it here. If I had it to do all over again, I'd do it all the same. I would give you no less than everything that I've given. It has been the best experience.
Well, you've done a wonderful job.
Thank you.
We're going to keep her close, don't worry. It won't be too far.
I'll leave that alone.
So now we're going to this, I put this presentation in so that you can see how we have compared with our peers. We consider the big 10, big 5 cities, big 5 counties our peers. As you know, we are a member of that. It's the Large City County Finance Officers Association, and it was founded back in the early 70s by CFOs as a networking tool for the larger entities of the state of North Carolina. And you can see, of course, Mecklenburg and Wake, they're significantly bigger as far as revenues, expenditures, but this is how you can see, like, for instance, percentage of budget. Everybody pretty much trended okay. Guilford came in at slightly under 100%. We came in at higher than anyone. Then you look at the percentage of budget for expenditures. We were in the middle of the pack compared to when you look at our budget compared to in actuals, compared to others. Forsyth, Guilford, Mecklenburg, and Wake. Orange County's ACFR was not out on their website, so I could not get that information. When it is available, I'll be happy to give that to you as well. And then you look at the beginning fund balance, and you look at fund balance growth for the different entities. We were within almost the same as the fund balance growth of Forsyth. You can see Guilford did use about 5.5 million of their fund balance for FY22. And then you can see what the ending fund balance was for each general fund for those entities. I just thought it'd be nice to have that as comparison as far as performance. So we are performing in line with our peers.
Susan, what percent of our fund balance, you know how we have the policies about general fund balance and unassigned fund balance. So where, with these new numbers, where are we?
I have a slide for that. So here we are. Fund balance percentage, and this is a percentage of fund balance that's available for appropriation of your total expenditures. Of course, that changes every day. Your encumbrances change every day. Your expenditures change every day. This is a picture at a certain point in time, and that certain point in time is June 30th of 2022. So if you look, with 109% point revenues and only spending 97% of expenditures, our fund balance grew by, like I said, the 52.7. So we had revenues as a percentage of expenditures of 46.92%. So what that means is that takes out of the equation anything that you cannot appropriate, okay? So like your stabilization by state statute. Those are combined of your receivables. It's not money in the door. If it's not in the door, it's not available. And then with the expenditures, with the unassigned, it was 21.09%. Per our fund balance policy, unassigned, the goal is 16. The goal for total is 35. So we've exceeded those. So we need to manage toward our goal. So that's the key to take away from there.
I would like to interject. I guess last year we presented a framework for the board to consider revising the fund balance policy, and that is something we do need to circle back to. There's a note there about how some of the reserves help with our finance plan, but our financial advisor and Susan and I had some conversation. So within the next couple of months, we do want to bring that back to the board to formally look at our policy, align it with our patterns, especially where it can support us in priority areas such as capital investments.
Yes, and you have to look at what pot is available for what purpose. So all that has to be looked at when you're looking at what do I use, what do I not use, how do I plan.
Susan, I had a few questions. The slide that I had wanted to ask a question about, could we go back to
Yes,
it?
ma'am.
Hold
Right
on.
Um,
Shaughnessy, were you trying to get? Okay.
Can we hear her?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hey everyone, thank you so much Susan and Keith for this presentation. I had a question just in comparison of all of these counties. So our fund balance is one of the factors that contributes to what our bond rating is, right?
Well, they look at fund balance, they look at the percentage, but they also look at, how financially strong are you. So all that comes into play. So it's not just fund balance, but it's how fiscally strong you are overall. But yes, it plays a huge part because, as our FA has told you all in the past, if you go by the total formula criteria, no one in North Carolina would meet the AAA. So one of the factors that comes in is like fiscal management. So how are you managing to make sure you have sufficient resources to adequately fund the needs of your citizens, those types of things. That Durham County has always been always done successfully. So.
Thank you. And do we have that, like, how well the other counties are doing in those areas as well? Like, can we add a column to this possibly that just shows what the bond rating is for these other comparable counties and any other factors that contribute?
Yes, and we have provided that before. What I can do is get an update because, that changes constantly as well. But I can get an update from probably, I can try to get that from Moody's and S&P as to what entities in North Carolina are currently a AAA.
Okay, thank you so much, Susan.
Oh, no.
And I would just note, because everybody didn't do a bond this year, so we won't have it for all those counties.
Well, we would just have their most recent rating
That's
from
what I
their
was
most
saying,
recent
so
issuance.
a year beside it. I don't want people to, apples and oranges. Like, I know we did one, Guilford did one, Wake did one, but everybody didn't do one. So I wouldn't want that confusion out there. But
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Could we go back to that slide? I
Yes,
want
ma'am.
to ask a question about, I think it was before the, it was,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think it was before this one.
Well,
Maybe we
hey,
can't.
I'm technically challenged here. It's not moving.
Okay, well,
Yeah, I went that way.
I think.
Oh,
Okay,
there we go. A
yeah,
little slow, kind of like me.
I do want to just, looking at this, I know we have a policy that, as you just mentioned, that 16% of the unrestricted fund balance from the general fund is supposed to be 16% right now, right?
Well, that's the goal per our fund balance policy currently.
Okay. Do we have a general, okay, I'll just leave it at that. I guess I think the good news when I look at this and when I look at the other side you just showed us is obviously that we're doing well with revenues. But I think for me, it also says we need to make sure that we are, we've been cautious because of the pandemic, but also making sure that when we look at things like a tax increase, that we avoid that because we're sitting on a lot of money. So I just want to make that, really want to make that point that I think it's important to be conservative, but also to think about how we're impacting our taxpayers and make sure that we're not sitting on too much money. So, and I think that'll be really important in this conversation for the coming year because of the bond referendum, and we thought, well, we're going to need to, that's equivalent to 2.5 cent possible tax increase. When I look at this, I think, well, maybe we don't have to do that for the bond, because this is a lot. I mean, it's $17 million between the revenue and the expenditure here. It's the biggest gap we've had looking at the trends. So anyway, that's just my takeaway when I look at it.
Well, it's also very important that number can be impacted, which is why it's important that when we have a revenue that's due to us, we get it in the door. If it doesn't get in the door by June 30th, it can't be included in that calculation. It can't be appropriated. So that's, one thing, timely collection of what's due to the county. I think also, in my opinion, that there needs to be constant analytics. Like what I'm doing right now is trying to find the time, take the time to see where we are right now in the current year. And then I think an analysis would probably need to be done with each scenario to see if there's any impact one way or the other before you go too far one way or maybe not far enough. All that just needs to take place.
And the other thing is, I know, Dwayne, we're going to do the revow when? 20.
It'll be effective January 1st of 2025. So fiscal year 25, 26.
So since we haven't done a revow in a long time, if we had done one, this number may have actually been even bigger.
Yes, if you had not have also done a revenue neutral rate.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And the list of the counties, when you make the comparisons, I also want to note, I think it's, if the next slide forward.
Okay. I'm not buying a lottery ticket on the way home.
Doesn't want to move.
No. Oop. Okay.
There you go.
Looking at, just the size of the counties, we're showing, for instance, our fund balance is almost half of Mecklenburg's, but they are about 3 or 4 times bigger than us. And also, same thing with Wake County. So I know it's a complicated thing, but I think it's important that we think also about the size of our counties and our budgets, too.
And like I said, the reason that we consider them is because we are all in the Big Ten, and we network. Also, when you're looking at the percentages, we're comparing our actuals to our budget so that it's, even though they're larger, of course, their budget is larger, their collections are larger. The percentage of what they're collecting to their budget would be in line in the same methodology. So, exactly. Thank you.
But if I can just add, very astute point, Vice Chair Jacobs, and that's something we've been talking about internally. So when we talk about being intentional when we are developing our budgets as departments, we have to make sure that what we are asking for in our budgets, that we have the capacity to expend that. And if we don't, then that contributes to the growth of our fund balance. And as you noted, that is not why we charge the taxes we do. And so we're going to have to really sit down and be intentional and very purposeful about what we ask for and making sure that we spend what is in our budget. So I've been on my soapbox about that, but thank you for lifting that here, because then everyone gets to hear that that's a consideration that our board wants us to make as well.
Commissioners, just so you know, when Finance and Susan talk about fund balance, and she says the general fund, it's more than one fund. In the front of the document, there's a page that shows funds. It's a real colorful sort of graph of all the funds that make up what the ACFR and Finance calls the general funds. That swap fund, $17 million in fund balance that I told you is allotted by board policy for debt service, is included in that large number. The capital financing plan fund has a significant fund balance. Again, by board policy, you use that money to pay for debt service, and we use to flatten it out. It's not just the general fund as you think of it, like, which is where 90% of the county activity happens. That's one part of this fund balance. But we've been building up fund balance in a couple of other places in expectation of a $500 million GO bond referendum and how we're going to pay for that with minimal tax rate increases. And then we've got future costs, and we have cost of capital projects rising. So a significant chunk of that total fund balance is already being planned to be used out in future years to, remember I told you, to help flatten out the tax rate related to debt service. So you are not wrong in considering and recognizing that it's growing, but I just wanted to let you know that a portion of that fund balance is already allotted to help pay for debt service. Thank you.
And to clarify, the reason they're all combined at ACFR level is because per GASB 54, they do not meet the definition of being a standalone fund. So we do what I call sub-funds during the fiscal year to track them separately. But when you consolidate at your ACFR level in order to be GAAP compliant and GASB compliant and be eligible for to report as per a GFOA entity with the reputation of Durham County, you want to make sure you adhere to GAAP and GASB. So at ACFR level, it is all of those funds, which is why I was saying that analytics need to occur, and we need to understand how much do you have for what purpose. Because, of course, capital financing is a separate purpose. So you look at it from that level as well as a whole.
Just want to remind the board, this particular fiscal year into 2022, the collection rate, and we give a kudos to the tax administration staff who worked so hard in this fiscal year. The collection rate they hit this fiscal year was 99.80%. They collected almost all of the revenue.
Wow.
So that, just to frame this, right, it is an anomaly. We see that on the chart. But a big part of that is because of the performance of the staff and tax administration who worked so hard to exceed our peers' performance and exceed our own history in collecting that 99.80%. So that's a good thing. It takes a lot of work to get there, and it's not something you count on every year, but that also contributes to that 9.80% of revenue.
Wonderful.
Yes, the primary contributors were the tax collections being well over budget, as well as local option sales tax. Those are the huge, biggest factors. But there are factors all over, which is why if you want to see the analytics to see what happened where for the entire fiscal year and what was significant, if you read your management discussion and analysis at the beginning of your ACFR, it'll tell you the whole story kind of summed up in, what, 20-some pages?
we'll be talking about in a couple of budget slides coming up that'll give you an idea of where this revenue came from. Another thing you all need to remember is you all sold the American Tobacco South deck, I think, for $14 million, and that money came into the general fund as a revenue source. It was an unplanned, unbudgeted revenue. We immediately moved it over to the capital financing plan fund to help pay for future debt service, but that is part of the growth in fund balance from one year to the next. We don't normally have $14 million sales.
Yes, and that is also one of the significant analytic variances that is in the MD&A.
Real quick, Commissioner Burns, did you have something?
Okay.
This is an answer we could get later, if you think it's a reasonable question. I would be interested in knowing, what are all the fund balances that we have set aside? You know, the designated fund balance, like the swap fund, the debt service fund balance, the general fund balance. You know, we have all these fund balances. Some are unassigned, some are restricted, some are designated, some are, I don't even remember what all of them.
Right, and I do have those separated out by sub-fund.
Yeah.
I don't have it with me today, but I
No,
can
I didn't
certainly make sure that I get
would,
that
but
to you, as well as the AAAs.
But if that's a reasonable question,
Oh, yes.
not
Mhm.
hard to get.
Yeah, it should help you plan when you're planning, like, for the individual purposes. I would think so, yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Susan, I have one other comment. It would be helpful for us to remind the board on how some of the other jurisdictions budget their reserves. They sometimes do things differently, and I know sometimes Susan will drill down really deep, and when you start looking at how, for instance, Wake County, if one that comes to mind, they often would have very little.
Well, if you look at Wake County's ACFR, you'll see that they have 0 unassigned fund balance. Would that,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
So what they do is whatever they had at fiscal year end, they move it to a fund balance called working capital.
So I said that to remind you, as you look at the table and chart, you have to make sure you have in context what other jurisdictions are doing. And when we come back with the policy, we will share some of that context. But part of Wake's strategy helps them to plan for capital, keep their debt service low, similar, just like we're doing it, but it's just captured in a different way.
Yes, and fund balance should always be used for one-time purchases, not to continue with operating. That will put you in a severe bind.
I also wanted to raise on this slide, and it was mentioned in one of the other I think it was one of the maps, that Durham County has the highest GDP of any county in North Carolina. And you look at this slide with the revenues for the counties, ours not only exceeds Forsyth and Guilford's, which have a higher population, but if you look at Mecklenburg and Wake, I mean, they're 3 to 4 times bigger than us, and their revenues are not 3 to 4 times bigger than us. So I think it's pretty significant and pretty amazing when you look at what our revenues are for this, not just the square footage of our population, that the square miles, but the number of people we have. So I wrote down in my notes when I was looking through, when I saw that slide, I wrote down, we're the little engine that could.
That's right.
So I just think it's really amazing to look at what our county does.
I've said that before, and I phrase it as Durham punches above our weight. We do things bigger.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then this is the end of the presentation, and that's a link. And I don't know why it says 21, because it's supposed to say 22. What I turned down was 22, I thought. But okay, maybe it was a senior moment. But at the end of the day, the presentation that you have in the handout and on the Legistar is to the link to the 22. And so that'll take you directly to Finance's webpage, and will take you directly to the ACFR, which I think you already have a PDF that was sent to you, and you'll be receiving a hard copy as soon as they're back from the printer. And those are the two things that you would want to read. Like I said, the MD&A gives you a summary of the entire fiscal year. The letter of transmittal pretty much tells you how we are doing as Durham County entity.
Thank you, Susan.
Thanks, Susan. Any other questions or comments?
I just wanted to also thank you, Susan, for your outstanding work. Thank you.
Thank you, that means a lot. And thank you for your support and for always making sure that Durham County stays fiscally strong. We are at the top of the pack, if not the leader.
Kudos. No, kudos goes to you and the staff, manager, yeah. Because we get on a spending spree and just spend. Y'all didn't hold us tight.
Okay, anything else? All righty, so next we'll turn it over to, is it you, Dwayne, the text update?
Good morning again, Commissioners, Madam Manager, Dwayne Brenton, Durham County Tax Administrator. Got a presentation this morning, as you've seen in past years, many of the same slides, just updated information. Tax staff is planning to come to the board at the April work session to do a presentation more on the upcoming revaluation statistics, where we are with the economy compared to the tax base. That'll be coming at the April work session. This presentation focuses on budget, where we are right now. And I'll remind you, and I actually have a slide to explain this, this is very early in our evaluation process. So what typically happens each year, the first of each month, I will provide county budgeting, city budgeting, anybody who's interested, an updated valuation spreadsheet, because this changes not only as we go throughout the budget cycle, but all throughout the year. That's one of the things that makes it so challenging to have a precise estimate of revenue. And here are the limitations that I was just referencing. Basically, 4 classifications of property. You have real property, that is the most established at this point in time. It rolls over year after year. But even that is not stable. The assessed values as of January 1st of each year. But then in the spring of each year, you have the appeals period. And we're sitting here in February, and the appeals board, the Board of E&R, will not adjourn until May. So we don't know what appeals may be coming, and we don't know the result of those appeals. So we have to, like it says there, we have to provide that safety net for potential appeals, the unknown appeals. Refunds, releases, exemptions, that happen all throughout the year. February, March coming up, and we are still submitting releases and refunds. We're still finding exemptions in the current year that we had to allow last year at this time in the tax-based estimates. So this happens all throughout the year. We just have to account for those variants that happen all throughout the year. And I'll remind you, the last appraisal date was January 1st, 2019. All real property values in Durham County right now reflect market value as of January 1st, 2019. A lot has happened since January 1st, 2019. We've seen a housing market like we haven't seen in history. But the next reappraisal will occur, as I mentioned earlier, January 1st of 2025. And at that time, all real property in Durham County will be updated to the then market value, whatever that may be. Commissioner Burns?
Yes, sir. Really quick. I don't know what to call you now, Mr. Vanner, since you quit on us. And
Make it
you're not
custom.
our tax administrator anymore.
We'll wing it.
Okay. Really quick, you said a second ago that the appeals, and I know I've been unusually quiet, but I did my homework, so I've planned my questions accordingly for today. You said the appeals board doesn't come back until May. I do remember we had that one big random appeal one time that we were able to fix. I'm wondering, I don't need it in the report, but off the top of your head, on average, do you know how much annually, like we might have to readjust? Is it $1 million? Is it $450,000, or does it fluctuate?
From an appeal standpoint, I'll tell you,
Or refunds, like the whole gambit?
yeah, it's most certainly in the millions. Because we talk about one of the safety nets we account for, like we had a report go to the board in, it was a couple months ago, and we had some brand new exemptions that came on board, high dollar exemptions. They met the statutory requirements to be an exempt property, but we just didn't have that at the beginning of the year. And we have to account for those sorts of things. So it's in the millions of dollars
Perfect, okay.
that we have to account for. Now, as far as appeals, the farther away you get from the reappraisal, we are 4 years out now from the reappraisal. The farther you get from the reappraisal, the fewer appeals that you get on an annual basis. Did the reappraisal in 2019, took effect January 1st, 2019. We got 7,000 or 8,000 appeals. As a comparison, right now, I think we have 8. So it varies dramatically year over year as far as real property appeals.
Okay, and I'll stop there. I don't want to prolong. The only reason why I ask, in the event that, we think that this is a number, but, throughout the year, we might now be short $3 million that we thought we were going to get because something passed at the General Assembly and there's this new exemption, or there's a refund, or the board approved something. We're excited about all these numbers, but now I just want to make sure I'm catching everything you saying, like, hey, we might lose $5 million before December. So that was the only reason why I asked that. Thank you so much, sir.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the other classifications of property, we're looking at personal property. It includes individual personal property, boats, motors, airplanes, and then your business property. We have RTP. We have a significant business personal property tax base. Especially the businesses, you can request an extension through April the 15th to file your listing form with our office. And until we have that listing form, and until it's keyed, we don't know the value of that business property. So another limitation sitting here in February of providing the estimate. Public service companies, we don't get that value from the state until around September of each year. And then motor vehicles. We kind of like the housing market, the motor vehicle market has been crazy as well. It's just been something like we haven't seen before. But we are estimating the value of motor vehicles that we won't actually see until maybe next February, next March, as people renew their registrations. So these are the limitations as far as estimating the tax base. So what we're looking at right now, this chart shows the tax base changes by classification. We just discussed the 4 classifications, and this gives what we're looking at right now from a valuation standpoint. Real property, a little over 3% growth. Your personal property, 18.6. Public service, a little bit, 2.7. And the motor vehicles, we were pretty aggressive with that last year and knowing how strong that market was. We came in at 98.33, but that offsets. We had some gains in the property and a loss in motor vehicles, so that was offset. The total growth you see overall in the tax base, 4.12%. Real property growth changes. We mentioned the holdbacks, the safety net that we have to do every year to account for these things that happen all throughout the year. And, just like the appeals that I mentioned earlier, as you move away from a reappraisal, you experience fewer appeals. Well, that's because the tax base becomes more stable and more stable the further you get into the revaluation cycle. And with that, the percentage of holdbacks that we do, you'll also see decline throughout the reappraisal cycle. You might start at 2.5%. In 2019, you might start 2.5%. And, 4 years out, we're budgeting at 1% for holdbacks. Now, we believe this amount, as you see the 2 bullets here, holding back too much, well, that reduces the budgeted revenue that we can plan on. Holding back too little makes us vulnerable, makes the tax base vulnerable So we try to find that good balance depending on where we are in that cycle and what we are seeing, what's on the horizon. Here's what we're looking at, just to put some numbers to that 1%. And this is real property. That's the raw real property tax base, the $41,796,113,276. That is where we are right now. That's the raw tax base. We're allowing about $150 million for appeals in the upcoming year. We also have the builder's inventory, which would come at a later time, and then the additional exemptions that come throughout the year. And they have time throughout the fiscal year to get the paperwork in and qualify for exemptions, and we have to account for those that are going to come later in the year. We also have not just current year appeals, we have some prior year appeals that aren't yet resolved. Some have gone to the state. We have to account for that potential loss in tax base as well. And you can see down at the bottom, once you work through those numbers, it gives you a net projected real property value. So when I talk about the 1% holdback, this is a way that it could shape up. This is the way that it would look when you apply numbers to that 1%. Right. And tax base is, well, you see the real property tax base here. This doesn't include personal property, it doesn't include public service, it doesn't include motor vehicles. I think the actual tax base is closer to $50 billion. But yeah, so 1%, it's a lot of dollar amount. We also have a lot of vulnerability within the tax base as well. So, and 1% is probably as low as we have budgeted for holdbacks, especially in this cycle, because I came here in 2019. And it's the lowest percentage that we've had in this cycle. So even though 1% is a lot, we're moving into that conservative category because the tax base is becoming more stable.
What percent of the holdback do we usually end up needing to spend? Or it will be accounted for because we won't collect as much as.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
So
can you pull your mic up? I can't hear you down here.
if it turns out that the 1% holdback is too conservative, then that, like we just heard Ms. Tizai present, that sort of thing would cause us to go over from a revenue standpoint. That would cause an overage, with like the 9.68%, I think it was, we just saw. That would cause some of that overage as well. All right, but we have to allow that just because of the vulnerability of the tax base. So that would go into that gap between the expenditures and the revenues. Does that answer your question?
What I'm really interested in is if we hold back $500 million, the 1% of the overall tax base projected, what percentage of that will we end up not either collecting as revenue, or we'll have to, spend it on appeals or, reduction, do you see what I'm saying? We're holding it back because we think we might need to spend it in some way or we won't get it.
Mm-hmm.
What percent, how close are we to being right? How close is 1% spot on?
What's the trend for realizing the amount?
Realizing, yes.
There are two things happening at the same time that we cannot guess, and you've heard two people, finance, and you also heard Dwayne say it's been an extraordinary last couple of years. So even with holdbacks from valuation, during the year we are also increasing valuation. New things are coming online. So what has happened to allow us to over-collect in property tax revenue, not only the property tax collection rate, but largely the valuation has grown throughout the year. Again, the budget office and the finance office and Dwayne, we're asked to look out a year in advance and say, what are we going to collect a year from now? Dwayne saying, I have to have some holdback, and then we also have to budget some amount of growth in valuation. What has happened in actuality is that growth in valuation has covered up any holdbacks. So even if you held back $500 million, we still grew by $1 billion. Does that make sense? So we over-collected revenues. To answer your question, we haven't spent anything or lost revenue in aggregate due to holdbacks because our valuation growth has grown year after year over and above what we had estimated. Does that make sense?
It does.
Again, we do conservative positive estimates and we do conservative holdbacks. The conservative holdbacks have held true. The conservative growth has not held true because it's been extraordinary growth. Apartments going up everywhere. Somebody spoke of the Miracle Man last night. Lots of new businesses going out in RTP and throughout the county, plus residential. All that is growth and valuation. So even if you have a little bit of holdback, I've got more growth, and the net is over collection of that revenue. Does that answer your question?
Kind of, yeah. Good enough.
You wanting to know the dollar amount that if you did $500 million worth of percentage of, the net effect is that hurt us. We could do the math. You have to divide it by 100 and do the tax rate to see what a holdback of $500 million would be.
Can I interject one moment? Do know that as all the way up to the budget passage, we are pressing Dwayne hard to help refine the numbers, whether it's looking at the base growth. Are we projecting additional valuation, or do you feel like based on collections that maybe we can push the number up higher? So I hear what you're saying. Are we squeezing enough out of it? But as Keith said, and Dwayne, it's complex.
You know, when we get down to the last days of our budget, we're quibbling over $50,000. You know, this makes me think: why are we quibbling over even millions of dollars if we've already held back $500 million? Do you see what I'm saying? It just seems like, wow, we have done such. You all have done such an amazing job of being sure we're in a secure, sound financial position that it just. I feel, you know, agog almost that we quibble ever over anything.
I will show you when we have time, when the budget side of this, how much we're budgeting in revenue growth, the net of all these things happening related to property tax, and you will see that number's already built in. When you all are looking at the end of the fiscal year and you're looking for 100,000 more, 50,000, that really is a negligible amount of money, either in property tax or sales tax or whatever revenue source we magically find. I will tell you this, I'll give you a little hint. We are budgeting, without a tax rate increase, over $13 million in additional property tax revenue for next year without anything happening due to valuation growth. That is the mixture of the holdbacks plus valuation growth that we're seeing and planning for in the future. Now, we may squeeze that turnip a little bit more and say, can you give us $1 million more? Because we got other things we want to do. Dwayne, you know, might scrunch his eyes up and say, be careful
It's already
about that.
squirming a little.
But
Get that way around, Keith.
$13 million in increased property tax without a tax rate, that's the delta number. That's new money in your pocket without doing anything, is almost 3 cents on the tax rate. We'll talk to you also about how quickly we're going to spend that money. So that's an extraordinary number. The holdback issue is minor in the whole scheme of things.
I'll stop. Thank you. That's great. Thank you.
So the total value of partial exemptions, I present this every year, just so the board can see. These are things like the homestead exemption, the historic exemption, just the partial exemptions to a lot of the residential taxpayers. You see how the exempted value changes over the years. It generally increases, and for fiscal year 2022, the actual base of exempted value is $683 million, a little over $683 million. So that equates to about $4.94 million in revenue that Durham County is seeing from exemptions. And those are state exemptions. They qualify, and by law, they get it. Real property value change by property type. We have residential, we have commercial. And this shows you the year-over-year change for those two classifications. I'll remind you, 2016 was a reval year, and 2019 was a reval year. And you'll see a bit more of a spike in those years because the properties were brought up to market value. That's the same chart, just breaks it down to a percentage. And again, you can see that big spike in 2019 for the 2019 revaluation for residential property. Commercial property, much of the same, big spikes, 16, 19, very typical of a reappraisal in a growing economy. All right. That is all I have from tax administration. Be happy to take any more questions.
I like the money.
Thank you, Dwayne. David's going to come up here and sit beside me. I think we have 30 to 40 minutes to go through a budget presentation. I'm going to go through it relatively steady. I'm not going to try to burn through it too quickly because this is where the rubber meets the road in a sense, and we can come back to it, or there's lots of slides that you can look at on your own, or feel free to ask questions during the presentation, after it, during lunch. We're here to help and answer questions. We always have a set of guiding operating principles. This document hasn't changed. I'm not going to go through it. Basically, we pay attention to debt service. We look at our metrics. There are a number of points in here. This document is in Legistar, and you can download it and take a look as you see fit. Give you an update on the budget process highlights, sort of the calendar of events. Some things have already happened, but what's upcoming major is most of March is going to be spent with departments and management going over departmental budget requests. We have lots of new folks around here at the table with ACMs and deputy managers, and looking forward to getting them up to speed around their departments. May 8th, the county manager is going to deliver her recommended budget to the board. Then you all have the fun between May 16th and June 7th of debating that recommended budget and working towards an approved budget that hopefully will happen on June 13th, and then we can all go enjoy our summer a little bit.
Sounds good.
Themes of this year's budget, of the last couple of years, frankly, plus the upcoming years, is investing in the future. That includes affordable housing. Those are artist renderings. I don't know if they're correct or not, of the 300 deck and 500 deck housing, but those are investments in the future. We've increased funding for Durham Public Schools, $38 million. That's annually the total increase from over 5 years, almost $40 million. We just passed a $500 and some odd million GEO bond referendum for investments in DTCC and DPS and the museum. And we continue to be leaders in life science and just continue to grow. This is something I show you every year, and I want to remind you the choices you make today can potentially limit your options in the future. You choose to spend money on things, your default agreeing to not spend money on other things. That is the other side of this equation. If you get yourselves in the food security business, it might be hard to extract yourself from that if it's necessary, or affordable housing, or education. This is not good or bad. Just be careful and always have in the back of your mind, if I'm a budget person, if you choose to spend on this, you're limiting potential options to spend that money on other things in the future as needed. Cascading effect of dependency. We are becoming more and more dependent on economically variable revenues, particularly sales tax. We're really stretching thin. One of you, I think Commissioner Jacobs, you said with all this growth in fund balance, you're not looking forward to a tax rate increase. Part of us not having a tax rate increase is having amazing growth in our sales tax revenue. Sales tax revenue is economically driven. We haven't seen a recession in Durham County in forever. And even when the state or the nation has a recession, we tend to have a much softer version of that. But that's always a possibility for us, and we need to be aware of that. We're continuing to see significant growth in annual fixed costs. What are fixed costs? Personnel costs, insurance for folks, capital costs, utilities, a whole host of issues are fixed costs, and we're continuing to see growth in those. With all that in the back of your mind, your job and the management's job is to strategically apply resources to meet current, ongoing, and new needs while also maintaining long-term operational resiliency. What does that mean in summation? You have two choices. You could spend like drunken sailors right now and make everybody happy, but you wouldn't have long-term operational resiliency. Or you can be a little less magnanimous and say we have to always be aware and plan for future downturns. As much as we love the good times, and they've been here for a while, and they're happening right now. You always have to have the ability to plan for something being a little worse.
I second that motion.
David. Thank you, David. So areas of focus, compensation and quality of life for employees is a big issue for the manager and for the board. I think one of the things that came out of the board policy retreat was focusing on how to compensate our employees, and there was some even talk about including DPS or pondering those employees as well, which is a whole nother issue because that's a lot more employees than Durham County. Inflationary increases, we are asking departments to try to absorb those within their existing budget. We are evaluating all vacancies before requesting new positions closely, and we're always evaluating our fees. Although fees in general compared to our other revenue sources don't bring in a significant amount of revenue. Significant is a relative term. Millions of dollars, just not tens or hundreds of millions, which is the kind of money we need to keep doing the things we're doing. Some of the revenue issues we are experiencing for the upcoming fiscal year and have experienced for the current couple of years is fantastic economic growth. Part of the reason our fund balance has grown is sales tax revenue growth and property tax revenue growth. We're continuing to see that. We're seeing some economic signs that make us wonder when that's going to not grow as robustly as it has been growing. And it's coming. David and I don't know when. We thought it was going to happen after COVID, but apparently everybody saved their money, and then apparently citizens are spending their money like drunken sailors, and that the amount of money they had in savings, and we have a slide showing that the savings rate for citizens across the country is dropping precipitously from 2020 when they couldn't buy anything because everything was closed for COVID. Occupancy tax was hit hard by COVID, but has bounced back. We'll show you a little slide on that revenue. But we are worried about and starting to experience growing revenue variability. Economy, inflation is going to take a bite out of people's ability to spend. On the one hand, that helps sales tax. If a shirt you buy went up $10, we get an extra 7% on that $10 of the shirt went up in inflationary cost. On the other hand, people buy less because everything's more expensive. And then a recession is always out there looming. Other people, even Dr. Walden, may speak of that. When and if it comes, we don't know quite how it's going to affect Durham County, but we need to be aware of it. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of 22, 23, kind of sum up. Don't worry about these graphs. These are just pictures. I'm going to show you a couple more. I see Commissioner Carter leaning down and looking closely. But I'll show you a couple other ones about this. What I want you to get from the next two slides are two things I want you to walk away remembering. Our two major revenue sources, property tax and sales tax, account for 75% roughly of our general fund revenue. Every other revenue source, only 25%. Property tax, sales tax, both of which have done gangbusters over the last couple of years, 75% of our revenue source. On the expenditure side for the general fund, personnel cost and the benefits cost, paying for the insurance and benefits for our personnel, and our education costs are roughly 73, 74%. Everything else we do, public safety, detention center, youth home, EMS, DSS, public health, on, fight over 25% of available revenue because 75, 73% of our expenditures are for personnel costs and for education. Just a good way to remember, two major revenue sources, two major spending sources. You heard Susan talk about showing you a trend of our expenditures over the years at 90-some-odd% a year. What I'm showing you here is a dollar amount, and what I want you to see is how much money we have left on the table at the end of every year from an expenditure standpoint. The dark blue line in those columns are operating dollars that are unspent each year. We are talking with, and I think you heard the manager speak up earlier, about reallocating existing dollars, looking at our spending patterns and what we are spending money on, because we're leaving money on the table. The last 2 years that you're looking at, 2021 and 21-22, are largely related to an increase, significant increase in expenditure dollars coming through to help for COVID, grant dollars that need to be spent. But also, we have a problem with vacancies. And when you have 20% vacancy rates, you don't have the ability to do the things you want to do in a department. Therefore, you don't have the ability to spend those dollars. But we need to take a close look at our expenditure trends because it's been dropping. Yes, David.
Pause for 1 second. I believe Commissioner Alam has a question.
I can't even see her hand.
I'm waiting on her to.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, wonderful. So, thank you so much, and sorry, didn't want to interrupt you, Keith, because you were on a roll. But I had a question about the lapse salaries portion. I know this may be like a very simple question, but just wondering, how does that work? Like, if there are a long number, are vacancies that have been held vacant for a long period of time, and the county continues to fund them, where is that funding going and sitting uh, while these positions aren't being filled? And does that money come back to like the general fund balance at the end of the year if they're not filled, or did they just stay with the department?
Great question. You just about answered it completely yourself, so well done. I'll give you an A on that pop quiz. The lapse salary does a number of things. At the end of the year, if there's lapse salary, and that's that light blue line, you see 2.8 million, 4.7, 4.7, those are lapse salary amounts. That money falls back to fund balance. It's budgeted, sits there. The problem with it is that it doesn't get used all year long, and that's a problem. But then if it isn't used, it falls back to fund balance, and we sort of rebudget it next year in some form or fashion. However, over the last couple of years, between our interim county manager, Claudia Hager, and particularly with Dr. Sowell, we have used that lapse salary to do retention bonuses, to do longevity bonuses, to help support salary increases for hard-to-fill positions. So, Commissioner Lom, instead of using new money to do those things, we transfer that unspent vacancy-related dollars to pay for some of those things. Does that answer your question? It's a mixture of both.
Yes, that's exactly what I was asking. Thank you, Keith.
Yes, ma'am. So that's an expenditure trend. On the other side of this trend are the revenue sources, where we talked about 109, 110% over collection in revenue. What I want you to see there is look at 2021, that $24.5 million. Those are taxes. That's lumped together property tax and sales tax over collection. $24 million more than what we had budgeted. 21-22 was $31 million. And you see $16 million for other. Remember, we also, I didn't make that. Oh, like, what's happening?
Yes.
Monica's telling me to speed up, apparently.
We're jumping forward here.
All we're saying here, look, David, as good as we are, as good as Dwayne is, as good as Claudia, we are playing a game of Monopoly when we look out into the future and we say, we think this is going to happen with revenues. We looked at 21, 22. Remember, we were sitting in the middle of COVID, had just cranked up in 1920. Everything was shut down. We for sure didn't think our property tax, in particular our sales tax revenue, was going to increase with nobody doing anything. But we were wrong. And we said, okay, 2021 was an anomaly. To be sure, we'll drop back to the average for 21, 22. No, citizens still continue to spend like drunken sailors. Yay for us in one way, but at some point that's going to come back to us. But that's part of the overcollection. Plus, in 21, 22, we sold the American Tobacco deck. That was an additional $14 million. So that's how we had overcollection in revenues. So we've underspent expenditures and over-collected revenues. Now, Commissioner Carter, you're welcome to lean down and take a look at these two. Historically, we look at that bottom right-hand graph, you see the revenue over-collection, 102% over-collection, or 2%, 1%, but then you look at 2021 and 22, you see them growing significantly on the revenue side.
Oh.
And you see our expenditure dropping rate. Again, vacancies make it harder for us to spend money. A lot of money coming into the system after COVID that we have to digest and spend a little more slowly. But that gap needs to become closer together. The net effect of that gap is a growing fund balance that you saw Susan talk about. Any questions real quick? Give me a chance to take a breath. All right, moving on. Now we get to the good stuff, 23-24 estimates. And this is a great little picture to show because the farther out we look, the less accurate we get. And we are trying to be accurate, but these last couple of years have been so extraordinary that accuracy has somewhat gone out the window because we don't know how to digest these last 2 years, plus the year we're in now, which is doing really well, as compared to the last 10 or 15. What's normal now? is the big question. These are information-dense graphs. I'm really proud of them, and I'm going to teach you them, and you're going to remember it, and you're going to get it. What I want you to understand is the orange line are actual revenue collections. The green line is the budgeted number for each of the years. Basically, the green line reacts to the previous year's actuals. The key thing for y'all to pay attention to are those gray columns. Those are the delta amounts. Those are new money coming into the system. Does that make sense? That's new money you all get to spend on things, or management gets to. Some things we have to spend money on, other things we make choices. So the gray column is just the difference in new dollars from the previous year. What am I pointing out here? Our Article 39 and 46 sales tax in our city interlocal agreement split is going to bring in $13.4 million in new revenue. That's our best estimate as of this moment for the upcoming fiscal year. What did it do the year before? It brought in $7.3 million budget to budget. The year before, $6.5 million. Do you notice anything different between the first 3 years on this graph versus the last 3 years on the right-hand side? Little pop quiz. Commissioner Burns.
Teacher, I noticed that it went down and in the negative, but it's been progressing up.
At a much higher pace than 17, 18, 18, 19, and 19, 20. When we talk about extraordinary growth in revenue that's different than previous years, 2021's an anomaly. That's the middle of COVID. But after COVID, our revenues have rocketed. David.
But Keith, why are you estimating basically a doubling? You're estimating a doubling between
2022, 23, and 23, because when we budgeted these numbers for 22, 23, we were sitting here last year. Again, we took a guess, but we didn't know that the current year we're in now is doing as well as it is. We're experiencing over 10% growth in our sales tax. I don't budget 10% growth because I've been here 25 years. I've never seen these 3 years. So 23, 24 is kind of capturing a little bit of the unexpected growth in 22, 23, plus some additional growth that 4 or 5% growth that I'm planning for next year.
And that right there is a key point. Every year when we're doing this, as Keith has always told you, 18 months in advance. So at the same time as we're projecting next year, we are making up for what we now are knowns from the prior year. In addition, I always want to point out about the sales tax. These last couple of years are going to be an asterisk in perpetuity for a lot of things. One of the things that happened at the beginning of this pandemic is the state passed legislation that online sales are collected sales tax. Mm-hmm. It would be fascinating in a geekish way, what would that have done to a sales tax had we not had the asterisks of the pandemic? Would we have seen a reset of a 4%, 3% annual growth to a 7 or 8? That's the stuff that there's no way to really describe. But so the dance of what is a normal sales tax growth is the challenge.
Although I have seen discussion that people are, well, I guess it doesn't matter if it is sales tax, but people are ordering less online. You know, Amazon's cutting back, and people are doing more brick and mortar sales purchases. So I don't know if that makes a difference.
We don't have that data, DOR, and this has been a soapbox of mine for as long as I've been here, getting more sales tax data from the Department of Revenue. We get very limited data, and we've extracted all the information we can out of that data. So we frankly do not know how much of our growth in sales tax is due to online sales. We just know that since then, the number's been higher than it has been. And basically, since COVID, you can see, I've not included Article 40 and 42 sales tax in this assumption because those two by board policy go to pay debt service. Those have increased significantly, but they help offset debt service and help you keep a lower tax rate related to GEO-bond referendums and capital projects and things of that nature.
So Keith, what about?
They are increasing.
Fund balance increasing, also going to debt service.
Yes, ma'am.
What about projected inflation?
We'll talk about that.
We have an economist that'll do a better job of talking about that. It hasn't affected our revenue collection so much yet. It's affecting our expenditure trends in the cost of doing business, paying for utilities, literally everything from an operating standpoint, from department requests are being hit by inflation. That's the simple answer to your question. Is that enough? We can talk about it a little bit later if you'd like. I wanted to show you our local occupancy tax revenue. This is dedicated for debt service and for the Sports Commission, but I wanted to, this one, again, it works the same way. Remember, the thing you want to most pay attention to are the gray columns. That's the delta amount. And we lost money in 2021 and 21-22. Why? Because of COVID. We were like, how's that? People didn't come and stay in hotels in Durham because it was shut down. Nobody was traveling. Nobody was doing anything. And you can see that. What David would like you to see is that 22-23 saw a huge jump. And now in 23-24, we're back to normal, back to our normal growth pattern as we're getting back. But this is a real good indication of how the economy did affect certain county revenues.
I do want to add, though, because we have a Discover Durham board meetings, and I just read the agenda. They have the latest data. We're actually, while our price per room has gone up, we're still at only about 50% occupancy. So I think that's interesting to know that while we see that, so the occupancy tax revenues are going back up, but we're actually, it's more because rooms are more expensive, not because we're actually.
Which is inflation. You asked about inflation. That's how it can affect revenues in a positive. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're in communication with Susan Amy and Tony Hall, I believe, the finance person, and they're seeing the same thing where, and I think Commissioner Burns is indicating, we're really kind of now where we were 4 years ago. So we've that asterisk, unfortunately, just drew a straight line in the end. Hopefully, we're going to start seeing that growth, which is what you're talking about, is the occupancy rate picks up as well as the inflation of the pricing.
Remote work may have forever altered how we think about occupancy rates. I don't know that people travel, especially business-wise, which is what we would be with RTP and RDU right down the street, that we will ever see. But don't ever say the word ever. That's a strange thing. But I definitely think that's had an effect on what you're talking about. Register of Deeds fees are another economically relevant fee, and this one's interesting for a different story that has happened at the same time during COVID. You see those numbers skyrocketed in 21, 22, and 20, but then in 22, 23, we saw actuals drop, even though we budgeted more. Do we know what happened there? Register of Deed fees are collected from the sale of houses, largely, of property, mostly residential. What happened in Durham in 2021, 21, 22, and 22, 23. What happened, and I'll tell you, I won't put y'all on the handle here, but we had ultra-low interest rates. Housing sales exploded.
Yeah.
Fantastic from a Register of Deeds point of view, not so fantastic if you owned a house and you can't afford to buy the next house in Durham. But so revenues went up for the Register of Deeds, but then interest rates went up way high in the current fiscal year, and now we're seeing a drop in that revenue source and expect lower revenue next year by $1 million, if not more. Commissioner Burns? Any?
Mine was really quick. I still have my chart, all my charts here. So, like, I think I'm getting where you were leaning. Like, we've seen like this astronomical rise in sales tax, right? I mean, sales tax historically. You said you've never seen that before. Like,
Not the growth level we've had the last couple of years.
Right. And then when we look at occupancy tax, Register of Deeds fees, this is where we're seeing the leveling off kind of start. So we've kind of hit this peak and we're starting to see stuff level or either get back to normal, I guess. I know that I raised my hand because I know on the Register of Deeds fees, to your point about we had these really low interest rates for housing, and now the Fed has these fixed kind of rates that are at 7 and 6. I know we're going to be down there low. When these fixed kind of sort of set rates stop, do you think that this one's going to fluctuate, or do you think we're going to maintain some normalcy?
I think it will.
I'll ask the next person. I'm joking.
Claudia, I heard you speak up. You want to?
You know, this is the hottest region in the country.
Right. So.
And so and again, we'll wait for Dr. Walden. The interest rates, the prices, based on, you know, our population and ability to pay. It is the
inventory, right?
Yeah.
Like.
So it's relative.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank y'all.
It's on, and Dwayne is correct.
I just want to add realtors were saying was people were fighting over houses. You know, they put it on the market, it was sold that day. That's not happening today. The houses are sitting there.
We have a slide, if we can get to it in the economic slides. We may not get to it, but you will have it available to you that shows the value. It's not just the number of houses being sold, it's the value of the house. So that's what the Register of Deeds fees. But the key thing to remember there, the average cost of a home in Durham went from $318,000, that went up $100,000 in 2 years. The average, which means there's close to 50% higher than that, and that could be weighted and some lower, but went up $100,000. So each house has gotten more expensive, which brings in more revenue, but that's a negative as well, as you all know, for struggling for people to buy. In that slide that we hopefully will get to, we also show that the number of houses sold last year was like 7,000 plus, and we're dropped down to 5,000 plus this year. So the number of sales have cooled off while the value of the house is continuing to increase.
And I think it's important to remember what is causing the increase in the cost. It's not just the market, it's also the actual cost to build a house, the cost of the labor, the cost of the supplies. So it's just everything. It costs more money to just build the same thing.
So I got about 10 more minutes. I want to try to burn through this and give you a chance to ask questions. Revenues that aren't property tax.
You actually have about 4 more minutes.
4 more minutes.
But
I'm
go
gonna
ahead,
skip
we'll
this
give you
slide,
10.
Then we're going to go, I'm going to show you property tax revenue due to valuation growth in RDU, due to new businesses, due to increasing home prices and sales, due to valuation growth through Dwayne's office. If you look at the last year, 23-24, you see $13.7 million in new revenue, with new property tax revenue without a tax rate increase. It was even higher than that last year. You can see 21-22, 19-20, and 18-19, those were significant increases, but those had property tax rate increases, which increased the dollars. I'm talking about $13.7 million in new revenue without a tax rate increase. Now, here comes and what does 1 cent on the tax rate bring in? If you wanted to do a tax rate increase for whatever reason, 1 additional cent of property tax would bring in $5 million. When you add up sales tax and property tax, what we call some of our key revenues and key indicators, look at 23-24. You ought to be able to figure it out without me telling you, but I'm going to say it anyway. $27.7 million in new revenue without a tax rate increase at this moment. In these key revenues. Question, David? Nope. Okay. What I want you to note, though, is that key point. Since 17-18, our annual increase in those key revenues has been $121 million more a year you have now to spend on different things than you did just 7 years ago. Do you feel like you have lots of money to spend? We've already spent it. And that's my sort of overarching line about conservative and being careful about what you spend money on. That's astounding growth, $121 million more annually, but we've already spent most of it. Good news, $27.7 million in new revenue without a property tax. Should be rubbing your hands. What are we going to spend it on? A lot of things we need to do. Well, here comes the bad news. We have potential expenditure pressures that are significant, increasing demand for services within human services and public safety function, continued support of public education, operating and capital budgets. That's K through 12. That's pre-K as well. Community college needs. Employee recruitment and retention is significant. We got a MAG study coming down the pipe. Fixed annual growth cost, inflation highest level 40 years. That's going to hit us in terms of operating budgets, operating costs for all the stuff that county departments need to buy. And then we've had an increase in positions for the last several years of a significant amount. We're going to have more county space at some point. Hope Valley, the shops at Hope Valley have helped with that a little bit, but we've still got a lot of other positions that are going to need space now, and if not now, soon in terms of the future. And new buildings aren't cheap. What is our growth in FTEs? This is the total county employment, all funds. Most of that's in the general fund. We've grown from 2,043 in 16-17 to 2,242 employees in 2023. That's 200 employees. We haven't had any major space addition to that. Maybe the library. We've renovated this building and the building across the street, but we don't have additional new space. What's that mean in terms of the delta? Remember, the columns are the number of new positions each of those years. Look at the number of new positions since 1920. 31, 37, 64, 48 new positions. How many positions are being requested by departments as part of the 23-24 budget? 126. What are some of the costs? Remember, keep that $27.8 million in new revenue in the front of your mind. What are we going to spend it on? Personnel cost. On some of the things we did, we bumped up EMS salaries 20% plus. We supported hard-to-fill public safety positions, youth home, detention officers, and others. We increased some DSS positions. All those cost choices we made for personnel costs last year are costing us $6 million. That's a fixed cost. We got to pay it because it's already built into people's salaries for 23-24. So 27 minus 6, we're down to $21 million in new money. We have MAG study. We have potential COLA and pay for performance increases for our county employees for the upcoming fiscal year to meet inflation. That could be anywhere from an additional $7 to $11 million. DPS has requested $10.8 million in new funding. If I add up the $6 million and $11 million and $10.8 million, that's $27.8 million. Literally easy come, easy go. $27 million in new revenue, two things, employee compensation and school funding, and all that new money is gone. And you still got to, now departments are fighting over $0 for 126 new positions, for vehicles, for pre-K expansion, for whatever the needs are. And these are some of the other needs. One of the saving things we have this year is that we budgeted a little bit more last year in benefits costs, health insurance and dental insurance and vision insurance costs, and that we are not seeing growth in that in the way that we normally do every year. Normally that's a $3 to $4 million annual increase. We're probably going to avoid that increased cost, that delta number, this coming fiscal year, but it will show up in 24-25 guaranteed. Again, this gets back to the number of employees you start adding. The more employees you add to our payroll, the more potential it is for our health insurance cost to increase outside, over and above natural increases in health insurance costs. Our potential ongoing ARPA-supported costs. Claudia's done a rough estimate, or a very tight estimate, of around close to $4 million. These are choices we have made to spend money on ARPA dollars to start doing things. The ARPA dollars dry up, we still got to pay the cost of positions and other choices we're making around food security, school health nurses, things like that. So those are ongoing future costs. And then there are other departmental requests that add up to $22 million. That includes 126 new positions. What does that all mean? $28 million in major increase in revenues without a tax rate increase, but I got $60 million in known expense. So I'm out $30 million. That's where management comes in, and it's going to be a hard job between the new ACMs and deputy county managers and Dr. Sowell.
It won't be hard.
Figure out how we get that number to zero, that $30 million difference. That is essentially the budget request. Just a reminder about the 22 GO bond referendum. The public was notified of a potential 2.5-cent property tax rate increase this year. I know we heard not wanting to raise taxes. We will have to look at that a little closer. There will be a tax rate increase related to the 22 GO bond. The voters basically said they're okay with it. I don't know if it'll be 2.5 cents. It'll be closer to that than not. And we will come back to you with that discussion. But I just need y'all to know out there, even if you hold the tax rate flat for the general fund, everybody agreed to a tax rate increase related to the 22 GO bond. Remind you again, the choices you make can potentially limit future options you have available to you. We are really stretching our economically sensitive revenue sources, and we are experiencing continual and significant growth in annual fixed costs. So your job is strategic application of resources to meet ongoing and new needs. Well, really, and this is important, maintaining long-term operational resiliency. And I wanted to leave you with something sweet. I want to acknowledge we all have to pay attention to things that aren't working as well and maybe let go of those things and do other things. That's part of reallocating existing resources.
Your funny slide usually comes
I
early.
love it. I love it.
You're not going to demonstrate?
It would look, it would look close to,
I was surprised because
Yeah.
you usually do funny slides all throughout, and you didn't, and I was like, it's gonna be the last one. I did my homework and knew.
Cute.
again, the point is that we also, part of dealing with what we do is we are already doing a lot of things. We have to control growth, to control property tax rate increases, even in years where we've had extraordinary revenue growth. We have to look at things that we're doing and maybe not do things, stop doing things that we're not doing as well as we want them to do and do other things. That's okay to consider that. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Keith. Great presentation. On the first slide where you mentioned plans that we need to consider, I just want to mention also, let's not forget the renewable energy plan that we adopted, that obviously that's going to impact the
Yes.
budget.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I also wanted to throw out other plans that they may not be, that are also ancillary, like our transit plan, the new comprehensive land use plan, and then there's a new plan for downtown Durham, and also Discover Durham for tourism. So we're good at doing plans. Everyone's doing plans now.
Everybody.
And then we're probably going to update our strategic plan.
Everybody's doing
But I think it is really important to always be putting those, lifting those up. So I appreciate that you mentioned those.
Can I just respond to that real quickly,
Yes,
Vice
go
Chair
ahead.
Jacob? So we have already had our internal discussion about making sure that we are budgeting for the renewable energy plan. We don't want to get to 2030 and then say, oh,
Yeah.
what are we going to do to make sure we can achieve that goal?
Right.
So the budget and the engineering group are already in conversations about what
Yeah.
can we budget every year to make sure we're achieving our renewable energy plan.
Right. And I want to put a pin in when we have board discussion later, talking about how we follow our plans or not. Actually also will impact our costs and our revenues, because embedded in all of those plans are the opportunities to make money and save money. So I would like to have a board discussion about the opportunities in those plans in different ways. I also wanted to mention, I don't know if you all saw the news that the city of Raleigh has there was an article I read recently that they have a funding gap. So we are really, thank you to our staff for being conservative, because we're not facing that. A question about the FTEs is I would like to see information where we're benchmarking ourselves to other counties of a similar size. Okay, other counties of similar size, just to see how we're tracking on FTEs with our population, and wondering, when we look at, requests for 126 positions, I would like to know, whenever it's appropriate, just are we looking at the existing positions and reallocating, and also, Keith, related to the tax increase for the bond, how are we going to look at the general fund to maybe offset that? So those were just some of my questions.
I just want to lift up one thing. Around grants, we are leaving a lot of money on the table by not having someone designated to look for grants, especially around energy and the environment. There's a lot of money out there, and we just got to have somebody that's designated to go after the dollars.
I want to put a ditto 10 times on what you just said.
I'd like the 10th, the motion. So that's FTE number 127, manager so well.
Yeah, and I think future pin on board discussion would be other potential revenue, sources of revenue, which grants would be included in that, but I think there's some other things too.
I will ask Deputy County Manager Hager to give us an update on the grant position.
So we are in process of seeking a grant administrator county enterprise-wise. In the budget this past year, we also added, I believe, 2 positions that were grant-related. I think one in the environmental engineering area. I can't remember the other one. And so we are refining our strategies on how we do grants. That's our ownership, too. That's department-wide, and we do that because although we may not have just one person, it's what are the targets for the department, so it works in concert in doing that work. So we'll have more horsepower. We work with the Triangle J Council. They have a resource that they're offering to those who've participated, and we are one, where they give us an alert of grants that are on the table, and our departments receive that, and they help us as well. So in the interim, we do have a strategy also.
And I did want to elevate, we throw that out, but I also want to throw in some context. I don't throw that out without some context, right? Like, I know when we gave out our opera dollars, that first discussion, there was, I remember myself along with Commissioner Jacobs said, let's just spend it on 5 things. Like, let's be systemic. Let's make sure we do something life-changing. The first iteration we did, we gave out 49 grants, right? And then we also have our uniform policy. All of that takes tracking. So when you give out 49 grants, now I got to have somebody to track it, make sure that the money's going out, make sure that it's coming back in the right way. We got to report it back to the federal government. So I also know in the event that we want to start to go after other opportunities, that will not be a singular job, right? So, and I'll use public health and social services. You all get opportunities all the time. Some of it competitive, some of them non-competitive. I know that Ellen Beckman, we asked her to go after something transportation-wise. She went after it. By God, she got it. So we do see certain departments doing things, but I am happy that we're taking an approach. How can we do this enterprise-wise? But I also want to elevate to my colleagues, as soon as we get one person to do that, there's going to be some tracking that has to go. So that job in and of itself is a force multiplier for other jobs. So I joked facetiously to say that's 127, but it would actually, if we really want to do this thing the way we want to do this thing, that's 4 or 5 people.
And thank you for validating the path we're on. We added 2 compliance positions in the budget this past year, as well as an accounting position to support our finance efforts. You heard all of us, Ms. Tezai, her deputy, Crystal Wright, myself, and some others, as we talked about all the scrutiny and the extra scrutiny that will come with these dollars. So we're still assessing to see if we'll need even more. But we're excited that the board sees the value of those investments, because on the back end, it protects you so you have clean reviews.
And when we talk about context, I just want you to know, and I'll lift this up, I'm not just throwing that out to say, have that happen. Serving on the committee, the environmental committee that's been given by out of D.C., by Michael Egan, I'm getting a lot of information right now that has to do with grants in that document, in those documents that I'm receiving. And right now, I don't know who to push that to, because the money is there. And environmental, there's a lot of money involved. So when I lift that up, I'm seeing the dollars, but I don't think we have anybody in place right now for me to shove it to.
I just want to make sure commissioners know at the back of the Legistar, there's an item for supplemental documents, and there are updates to a number of the plans, like the Cultural Master Arts Plan, the Aging Plan. So you can read those, like they're 1-page long, sort of answer some questions about where we are in the process of spending, developing, and the next steps on those plans. Last thing I'll say about plans, I know Commissioner Jacobs talked about potential revenue sources, but I'll also say plans are a hammer in search of a nail, and what I mean by that is they will have costs that come with them that they will want the county to pay. So plans are awesome, but they will identify lots of new things they will want the county to spend money on. Commissioner Jacobs, I don't know if you heard that. I just want to say, in the Legistar, There are in the supplemental section, there are updates to a number of the plans that we had budgeted in the current year, like the aging plan, the cultural master arts plan. So look back there and you should see some one-page documents when you get a chance. Thank you.
Chair Howerton has wanted us to make sure we took sufficient breaks as chair of the Healthy Counties Committee. So we will take 10 to 15 minutes. There is still breakfast and snacks available in the innovation space for anyone. Oh, it's over there. It's in the innovation space, yes.
Yeah, we're looking for it. Okay, where is it? Yeah. Yeah. All right. So we should be back, what, at 11?
It's 11:15.
Yeah, no, yeah, he's gonna tell us when he needs to click. He's gonna tell us when it's to move forward. No, he wants us to do it.
He wants us to run it.
Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have Dr. Walden on?
I can't hear you.
Do we have Dr. Walden on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Great, great, great.
Oh, he's on Zoom?
Uh-huh. He's
Okay.
Good morning, Dr. Walden. We can't see your face, but we know that you're here.
Good morning. I can see all of you, and your tech people should be putting up my slide set.
Can you tell us when you can see the slides? We can see them.
Is this the economic?
This is the economic outlook. Yes. So, Dr. Walden, we'll just ask you if you'll indulge us for just a few minutes while we get everything set up.
His slides aren't up here. Dr. Walden's slides. Okay, because he's included in here.
Yeah.
Okay. I was paying attention. There we go.
Great. There we go. Okay. Are you able to see your slides now?
I can, yes, thank you.
Great. Okay. Well, feel free to go ahead and start with your presentation.
All right, and I will
thank
just
you
tell
so much
your
for being here.
tech people, I'll say next slide when I'm ready to go. Well, thank you for inviting me again, and let me start by thanking all of you for your public service. We live in a great area. We do have some issues, and I certainly salute you for being willing to take your personal time, your time away from your job, time away from your family to serve. So thank you very much. We're a little abbreviated, so I'm going to probably go through some things fast, but we live in a great area. We live in a growing area, one of the fastest growing areas in the country. But we are linked, obviously, to the national economy, and there are some issues in the national economy that pretty much everyone everywhere is facing. I have them labeled here on the title: inflation, labor shortage, recession. So I'm going to focus my discussion today on where we're going with these, what's happening in terms of policy, and what we might expect in 2023 and the years beyond. Next slide. Next slide.
Okay, there's just a slight delay.
Okay. This is a real quick picture of where we've been in the economy. I'm tracking North Carolina and the nation. I won't get into what these numbers are, but you can look to the left, you can see the COVID recession, very deep recession. But we got out of it quickly as soon as the economy began to reopen, and we started to see money flowing from Washington in terms of a variety of programs. And if you look to the far left, or far right, I'm sorry, we don't have the latest numbers. We don't have as late numbers for North Carolina as we do for the nation, but you can see that we've been continuing to grow. In fact, we now have economies both in North Carolina and the nation that are bigger than what we had pre-pandemic. Next slide. Here's drilling down a little more to our local areas. I've divided the growth rates between the 2019 and 2020 period. That's going to capture the pandemic. And then 2020 to 2021, I ended 2021 because that's the last year we have right now for complete data for the metros that I show. And if you look at 2019 to 2020, the interesting thing to me is that although the U.S. as well as North Carolina both dropped, you can see our big metros, which would be Raleigh, actually Raleigh-Cary, Charlotte, and then Durham, Chapel Hill, all continue to grow, and I think that says something about the strength of those metros. And then if we look at 2020 to 2021, you can see even faster growth in those metros. So we've been lucky to have an economy here that has been very, very strong and has gotten us through probably better than most economies through the COVID period and the aftermath. Next slide. All right, I want to focus, as I said, on three big issues: labor market, inflation, and recession. Next slide. Here are two pictures of the labor market. I've shared these with you before, but they're updated. Unemployment rate on the left, again, I've got U.S. and North Carolina. Durham, Chapel Hill would follow similar patterns. Big jump in the unemployment rate during the COVID recession, but equally significant drop in unemployment, as you can see in the aftermath. And right now, at the national level, we're at a 50-year low in terms of unemployment, 3.4%. Now, the right-hand graph, I think, is better information for people who are worried about a labor shortage, which is most employers, at least that I talk to. Labor force participation effectively measures the percentage of people who could be working, which for the federal government is defined as everyone 16 and over, who are actually working or looking for work. And pre-COVID, you see we were about 63.5% nationally, 61.5% here in North Carolina. The reason for the difference is retired people are counted as potential workers, but we have more retired people as a percent of our population in North Carolina, so that's why it's a little lower in North Carolina. See the big drop in labor force participation, recovery since the COVID pandemic ended, but here's the takeaway. You can see that if you look on the far right-hand side, we are not yet back to pre-COVID labor force participation rates. We're under by about 1%, 1.5%. If we had the full labor force participation rate that we had prior to COVID, we'd have about 2 million more workers nationwide. We'd have somewhere around 50 or 60,000 in North Carolina. Next slide. Big question then is why? We've got an aging population, and you get more people over age 65, like I am. People tend to retire and not work, and so that's a bigger part now of our population. We've had, particularly among my demographic, elderly people, we had a surge in retirements. I was one of those. We have had a decline, however, in the labor force participation of younger workers, 18 and 24, which is very, very interesting. Economists are still trying to figure out why, and there could be a lot of potential reasons, but that's a key demographic, particularly for example, a lot of the hospitality industries hire folks in that area, and we haven't seen labor force participation return for those folks. And in terms of North Carolina looking forward, I think overall the state will have adequate labor, but the question is, will we have it in the right places? If the metros continue to grow significantly more than the non-metro areas, we could have labor shortages continuing in the metros. So this speaks to perhaps the state looking at policies that could help motivate people, not force them obviously, motivate people who are in non-metros where the labor market is not as strong, to motivate them perhaps to move to metros where there are jobs going running. So that's a long run issue, and obviously Durham doesn't have a direct voice in that, but you can obviously influence state policy. Next slide. We've also had a reallocation of workers. In fact, there was just a study that came out 2 days ago from the Federal Reserve that really drove home this point. I think many of us thought, okay, we've got the pandemic, we have people thrown out of work because of the shutdowns, the economy reopens, we would think that people, I think the operating assumption was most people would go back to the jobs they had. That's not happened. That's one of the unique things about the COVID aftermath, that has not happened. And what we think happened, and we don't have really hard numbers on this, is that because of the expansion in a lot of sectors, particularly the tech sector, which actually added employment at an astonishing rate between 2019 and mid-2022, before they started to pare down a little bit, tech employment nationwide grew 250%. So the point is that when workers, particularly young workers, went back to the job market after COVID, they looked around and thought and saw, hey, I don't necessarily need to go back maybe to that job in hospitality, where, let's face it, hospitality wages tend to be on the low end. I can go somewhere else Probably a lot of them, we don't know exactly, but probably a lot of them did go into tech. And you need to recognize about a third of tech jobs don't require a college degree. So there were plenty of jobs there that younger people, particularly younger people, could take. So we not only have had an overall labor shortage, but we've had a reallocation of workers as a result of COVID and the aftermath of that. That is obviously hurting some, particularly some industries. They said hospitality, daycare, personal services. Next slide. Now, I do think that we're going to see, as time goes on, more and more adoption of technology in the workforce. Businesses that can't find workers, they're going to see if they can replace workers with technology. This was actually a big worry about a decade ago. In fact, the worry then was the exact opposite of the worry we have now. The worry then was, are we going to have a labor surplus? I participated then in a emerging issues forum that NC State put on. That was the theme. We brought in experts from all around the country, and yeah, the concern was with all this technology developing that can do things that people do, people are going to be unemployed. There was concerns about the unemployment rate could be as high as 20%. And that's now actually somewhat laughable because now we're worrying about just the opposite. Not enough people to work, very, very low unemployments. So the sideline to this is things can turn very quickly. Things can very, very much change. And so I think actually that technology that we worried about a decade ago may help us get through, may help many businesses to get through. You probably have heard the story of the McDonald's all digital. I think they call it an all digital restaurant. I think it's in Fort Worth. It's a test case. You go in there to get your burger, your fries, your shake. You don't see a person at all. No personal interaction. It's all automated. There are a couple people in the building just to keep the lights on, the switches on in case they go off. But it's all digital. And then obviously McDonald's is looking ahead to see if they can reduce their use of labor because it's so hard for them to get labor. And I think we're going to see this in other sectors. Next slide. All right, let me change it to item number 2, problem number 2, inflation. This shows you the path of year-over-year inflation over the last roughly decade. You can see going into the pandemic, it was very, very low, 1 or 2%. We got up to 3% in 2018. And really for 3 decades since the 90s, inflation had been a non-issue. Then it took off. You can see it started to take off at the end of 2020. We hope it reached a peak in mid-2022, about 9.1%. We've seen a little bit of easing, but still inflation is very, very uncomfortable. Why did this happen? Well, let's look at the next slide. I always try to develop analogies. My wife doesn't let me in the kitchen much because I just don't know my way around the kitchen. And one of the things she would worry about if she were to say, well, Mike, put a pot of water on the stove. She would worry about, I would leave it there, I'd turn the heat up too much, and I'd go away and get busy doing something else, and the water would overflow, and we'd have a mess in the kitchen. So that's one reason why I'm banished to doing the dishes and taking the trash out rather than fixing the meals. Anyway, really what this symbolizes is what we've gone through over the last couple of years with inflation. Inflation has resulted for 2 reasons. One, we had a surge of money pushed into the economy by 2 administrations, so this is totally nonpartisan. 2 administrations pushed over $5.5 trillion into the economy to help the economy survive the pandemic because we hadn't been through anything like this in over 100 years, the so-called Spanish flu of the late 19 teens. One of my late grandmothers told me about that, how horrible it was. And we didn't know how long this was going to last, when we would get vaccinations, what would happen with the variants, et cetera. And so there was a big worry that we could have not just the collapse in households and businesses, but a literal collapse in the economy. So we wanted to keep the economy going. So we had the first stimulus package passed in March of 2020, and then it went through, I think the last one we could actually categorize as a COVID stimulus package was passed a year later in March of 2021. And there were a couple in between, you total them all, $5.5 trillion pushed in the economy. And that helped people stay afloat. It helps many businesses stay afloat, institutions, schools, healthcare, got money, et cetera. The problem is that, particularly on the consumer side, many people use that money obviously to just stay alive, but many people got money that actually allowed them to save that money. In fact, the savings rate went up to an all-time high of about 33% during part of 2020, unheard of. Usually it dwindles around 3%. Wells Fargo estimates that at the end of at the beginning, I should say, of 2021, collectively households had $3 trillion more in their variety of savings accounts than they would have without the stimulus packages that went through. So people had a lot of money stored away. And then at the end of 2020 and into 2021, as the economy opened, they tried to spend it. A lot of what economists call pent-up demand. You couldn't buy things, couldn't buy cars, et cetera. Then when the economy opened up and they had the money, they started to buy stuff. The problem was that we had on the supply side, the supply chain problems. Supply chain problems simply mean that a lot of factories were shut down because not the inability to get workers, raw materials. It was hard to get raw materials. I can remember I had to do some repairs to my fence, and I went into Home Depot to get lumber, and I noticed the lumber came from Sweden of all places. So we had a perfect storm of too much, what some economists call too much money chasing too few goods and services, and prices went up. Next slide. Now, we have had some reduction in the inflation rate. Year over year, June of last year, we think it peaked at 9.1. Last reading for January, 6.4, and we hope as we go on it'll get lower. Several reasons for that. Supply chain has improved dramatically. Next slide. We've had a big drop in gas prices, so that's been beneficial. A little bit of an upswing recently, but obviously, clearly, you can see from the graph, way below the high we had in last year at $5 a gallon. Next slide. We've had consumers begin to pull back. If you look at this graph, you can see for November, December, actually retail sales went down. Actually, no, this is broader than retail sales. This is total consumer spending went down. Now, notice the big jump, however, in January. This just came out a couple weeks ago. This is causing some economists to reevaluate. Are consumers really slowing down? So we'll see. But if you look at last year, you can see the downward trend in consumer spending. Next slide. And the Federal Reserve, and I'm going to talk more about the Federal Reserve in a minute. Federal Reserve, one of their big powers is they control the amount of money in circulation. They can pump money in, they can pull money out. You can see the big jump in the money supply that they induced from 2020 to 2022. Recently, they've been going in the opposite direction, which is helping to curtail consumer spending. Next slide. Where do we think inflation is going to go? Well, fingers crossed. A lot of economists think if the Federal Reserve maintains its policy, and I'm going to tell you a minute about what that is, we could see inflation down to the 3 to 4% level year over year at the end of this year. Their public target, they've said they want to reach is 2%. I don't think they'll get there this year, but I do think the worst of inflation is over. Now, let me just quickly add, because I get questions from this, and I think there's somewhat confusion. When someone like me says the inflation rate's going to go down, or anyone else says it's going to go down, that doesn't mean all prices are going down. It simply means the rate of increase is going to go down. So when we say lower inflation, we mean instead of 9% inflation, we mean 2% inflation. Now, some prices do go down, will go down. You've already seen some prices go down. Gas is a good example, but most prices don't. Most prices don't. And this creates an issue for our standard of living, because what inflation does, when you have very, very high inflation, most people don't see comparable pay raises. Your standard of living literally is going down. And if we have lower inflation in the future, it's going to take a while, even with lower inflation, for people to get the pay raises to bring them back where they were pre-pandemic. So even if inflation gets down, say a year from now, a year and a half from now, to 2%, everything is not hunky-dory. It means that people are still behind the curve, and it's probably going to take a while. And they might say, how long? Well, if you look at the last recession before COVID, the so-called subprime recession of 2008, 2009, we had very, very high inflation. We had high unemployment. It took, on average, 5 years beyond that recession for people to get back to the standard of living they had pre-recession. So I know that's a sort of a downer statement, but it's absolutely true. So you will continue to hear people complaining about, gee, I'm not where I was before COVID, and expect that. That's going to happen. Next slide. Now, what is a recession? Because we've heard of a recession. Well, the technical definition is it's a broad-based decline in economic activity that lasts for a significant period of time. Who calls a recession? It's not the president, it's not the Congress, it's not anyone in the federal government. It's actually farmed out to some economists who work for a think tank called the National Bureau of Economic Research. Whether we have a recession this year actually won't be declared, and probably for a year afterward. They take their time sifting through a lot of data. Next slide. Now, let me get back to the Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve is an extremely important part of the federal government. It's an independent agency, meaning it doesn't, Jay Powell, who's head of the Federal Reserve, he's not a department head like the Secretary of Defense or Secretary of Treasury, who reports directly to the president. Jay Powell and the president obviously communicate, but President Biden or any president doesn't tell the Federal Reserve what to do. The president may suggest, but the Federal Reserve is independent. And they have some regulatory rules that they apply to make sure banks are behaving, et cetera. But their big influence in the economy is they are the go-to agency for when we sort of get off track. When we are not growing enough, when we have a recession, they try to revive us, they try to pump money in the economy, they lower interest rates. And then the reverse, when the economy is perhaps overheating and we get high inflation, they do the reverse. They pull money out of the economy and they raise interest rates. And that's exactly what they've been doing now. Next slide, please. If you look at this slide very quickly, this shows on the left Federal Reserve's interest rate, key rate, federal funds rate, and most other rates in the economy take their cue from this rate. So when this rate goes up, other rates go up, and vice versa. You can look from 2019 to 2021. Obviously, the pandemic is in there. They dropped their federal funds rate historic low, virtually zero. That's why mortgage rates went down so much. They went under 3% for a while, and why the home buying market actually surged during the pandemic. Now that inflation's a problem, now that the economy is back, we're growing, but we have high inflation, they've gone the opposite direction. You can see their federal funds rate is up to 4.5%. I think they're going to go higher. And what they're trying to do here is take the incentive away for people to spend money on big ticket items, anything you have to borrow money for, as well as for businesses. So they want to slow spending down in order to keep that pot of water pressure down. And they do that by, first of all, making it harder for people to borrow money, more expensive to borrow money. We've already seen, for example, the home buying market slow down. And at the same time, if you look at the right-hand side, this is, I won't get into the weeds of what this is, but it shows you from 2019 to 2021, effectively what this is showing you, the additional money they pumped into the economy, again, to try to help us get through COVID. But then look at 2021 to 2023, they're beginning to taper that off. So the Federal Reserve is trying to slow things down. Next slide. The question is, can they slow things down without causing a recession? If they can do that in a business, that's called a soft landing. It's what they're striving for. They want to take that, go back to my pot of water, they want to take that pressure off the pot of water, keep it from overflowing without turning the water to cold. So that's my analogy with respect to the economy. They want to slow things down in the economy. They want spending to slow down. They want hiring to slow down, but they don't want it to go negative. And if they can achieve that, that's a big deal. That's very, very hard for the Federal Reserve to do because they're not dealing with perfect relationships. If you're in physics and you do A, you know you're going to get B. In economics, if you raise interest rates, which the Federal Reserve is doing in order to slow the economy, they don't exactly know how much the economy will slow because we're dealing with people. We're dealing with reactions. We're not dealing with chemicals. So this is very, very hard for them to do. It has been done in the past, but it's very, very hard for them to do. They got started late because I think they were not aware aware that the higher inflation situation was not, they thought it was just temporary. It was just going to last a couple months. Well, it went longer than temporary. But we keep our fingers crossed that they'll be able to pull this off. That's what we want. Get inflation down, but without causing a recession. Next slide. Now, there are signs the economy is slowing. Real estate activity has dropped. Manufacturing has slowed a lot. As I showed you, with the exception of January, consumer spending has slowed. Question is this enough to realize the goal of a 2% inflation rate? I don't think so. I think, again, the Federal Reserve is going to continue to raise interest rates. I think their key rate of 4.5% could go as high as 5.5 or 6. Now, just to make you feel a little better, I'm 72 years old. I've been around a long time following the economy. If you go back 40 years, when we had probably the worst inflation, at least in my lifetime, and of course you hear a lot of comparisons then, the inflation rate then on an annualized basis got up to 13%. And the Federal Reserve took their key interest rate, the one that's at 4.5 now, that I think will go to 5.5, they took it up to 19%. 19%. We had a horrific recession, absolutely horrific recession. I don't think the Fed's going to go anywhere near that high, but Ben, it could be worse. It could be worse. Next slide. Okay, let's go. I already talked about this. Next slide. I'm watching the time for you because I'm always aware of this. There's a very interesting debate among economists. This is not something you see in the Durham News or the Raleigh News and Observer. You got to go into the bowels of stuff economists read. But there's one viewpoint right now among some economists. I'd say it's not a majority, that we can actually have a recession. We could get the inflation rate down, but without causing massive carnage to the job market. We had 14% unemployment during COVID. The previous recession, subprime recession, we got up to 12%. Right now we have 3.4% unemployment. Some economists are saying, first of all, why do businesses cut jobs when we have a recession? Well, it's because their revenues are down, and they got to cut costs to stay afloat. And labor, usually for most businesses, is their biggest expense. So it makes sense that they let people go during a recession. My late father worked construction all his life. He probably, I don't know how many times he was furloughed from his job because of recessions or other things. But this time, some economists are saying we could really get by with a recession without massive job loss, because businesses are still carrying a lot of unfilled positions. Right now, we have 1.7 jobs available per unemployed person. It was as high as 2. 1.7. So businesses still have, I'm talking in aggregate, a lot of unfilled jobs. And usually businesses, when they have an unfilled job, they keep some money aside for those jobs. So the theory here is that businesses could cut their unfilled jobs, keep all their people that are working, but cut their unfilled jobs, and therefore cut the money that is associated with those unfilled jobs, and save money, and do that without laying off any people. That would be lovely if that would happen. Obviously, that would be great. The economists disagree on whether this could happen, but that could be absolutely great. So we will see, but at least that gives us some hope that this may, if we do have a recession, this will be a different recession. Next slide. All right, is North Carolina going the same direction as the economy? Yes, I do something called a leading indicator for the state, and if you look at the far right-hand side, it's been down since May, the indicator. And that's a good sign that the economy is slowing. It doesn't say that it's in recession, but it's slowing. And one ray of hope here that we may not have a recession in North Carolina is, if you look on the far right-hand side, how far that line's gone down. It's not nearly dropped as much as, if you take your eye back a little bit to the left, you see a big drop there. That's the COVID recession. And if you take your eye clearly to the left, you see a big drop. That's the drop before the subprime recession. So what this is flashing, my index is flashing, is yes, we're going to have a slowdown in the North Carolina economy, but it's not going to be a dramatic slowdown, which means we may get by without an official recession. Next slide. Now that said, here's my forecast. This is, again, this is gross domestic product, which I'm not going to get in the weeds about explaining. But you can see, left-hand side, you can see the drop in the in economic activity with COVID. You can see we have trended upward, not always up, but we've trended upward. And if you look at the green part of that line, you can see a drop. It's not a significant drop, but it is a drop. And that I've plugged in for the second, third, and fourth quarters of 2023. Right now, that's what I'm predicting. I'm predicting a recession at the end of the year, slight recession. This would be a very slow. We've gone from $535 billion economy in North Carolina down to 524. I mean, that's obviously noticeable, but it's not major. Just like if you look on the left-hand side, see the enormous drop with COVID. Then we begin to recover, and actually by the middle of 2024, we're fully recovered, and we go on to grow even more. So that's my view right now. Does that mean we cannot worry? No. Everyone needs to anticipate some challenging times. We're already having challenging times with inflation. If you're a business person, I think it would be wise for you to have a plan. If your revenues dramatically go down, how are you going to handle that? If you're a household, I tell people this all the time. They don't like to hear it, and I don't like to do it myself. Have a family budget. Know where you're spending your money. Try to identify where you could cut back on money if you have to. But at least we're not talking about something that's going to go on for years and years and years, which some people have asked me, Walden, are we going to have a recession that's going to last just like the Great Depression of the 1930s? No. I think it's going to be rather short. And I'm right in the middle there with most economists. Most economists are thinking that's going to be the case. Next slide. Now, how high can unemployment go? Again, I think it'll go, if it does go up, and again, if you think that debate between economists may not go up at all, but if it does go up, maybe 5-6% North Carolina. I'm probably leaning more toward the 5, which is very, very low. When I was in graduate school 50 plus years ago, 5% unemployment was considered full employment. So we would have about 50,000 to 75,000 more unemployed people in North Carolina. Now that's on a job base of about 5 million, so it's a small percent. But of course, you know this as public servants. Any unemployed person is one too many. So I don't want you to think, oh, okay, we don't have to worry about more people collecting unemployment and having problems maintaining their lifestyle. No, any person, 50,000 is certainly something to catch your eye. So we hope that doesn't happen, but if a recession does happen that is a typical recession, those are the kind of numbers I think we're looking at in terms of unemployment. Next slide. Okay, this is just a shameless plug for my latest book, Relaunch. This talks about how family economics may change in the future with respect to the post-pandemic economy. So let me stop there, and we've got maybe about 5 minutes. I'll be happy to take questions. I do want to emphasize again how dynamic the triangle economy is. We obviously have issues. We've been growing so fast, obviously issues with affordable housing, issues with transportation, congestion. Obviously, we want everyone to have opportunity to move up the economic ladder. I don't know of a metropolitan area that has been successful who hasn't had those issues. But we have great people serving, and hopefully we will be able to deal effectively with those issues. The one thing I will say about this area that I think is going to be very, very exciting, if we move a little bit west of where you are in Durham, go over to Chatham County and beyond, you're certainly aware of the massive new investments that are going in for our renewable energy future. We have 3 companies that announced, gosh, if you put together all of them together, they announced about a $10 billion capital investment in factories. VinFast is the electric vehicle manufacturer. Wolfspeed is the computer chip manufacturer. And then Toyota is putting up a battery factory near Greensboro. Yeah, I think those jobs, I think last time I looked, collectively those jobs are going to pay somewhere north of $60,000 on average. You're not going to need a college degree for most of those jobs. You can get community college training. In fact, I think Alamance Community College is already setting up some training programs specifically for VinFast. So I think this is an exciting period, and there's obviously going to be some, although these factories are not in the triangle well, I guess Chatham County is considered part of the triangle, but they're obviously not in Durham County or Orange County, but obviously we're going to feel the effects here. Those companies are going to have create all kinds of supplier effects and other effects that we will fear for the triangle. So I think that's very, very exciting that North Carolina is going to be, could be a very big part of our energy future. The other thing I'll say in closing is that I think one of the biggest challenges for any state and any region is going to be continuing to be the labor force, and not just in terms of making sure we have enough people working, filling jobs, but making sure we have the ability to adapt to a changing economy. I think what we're going to see over the next 20 or 30 years is a gigantic change in the kinds of skills that are needed in the economy. Right now, we're getting a lot of attention for artificial intelligence, and you've already read things about what artificial intelligence can do. I think what we're going to see is some turnover in jobs, or some jobs that have been around a long time are no longer needed. Maybe they're going to be done by technology, but we're going to have other jobs created. And we want to make sure that we have an educational system where people who are already in the workforce, and maybe they're in their mid-30s or whatever, they have a family to support, they can't spend 2 or 3 or 4 years retraining. They need something that they can get retrained in fast. I think that's going to be the challenge for North Carolina. And I think we're up to it, universities, community colleges, programs working with businesses. But I find that very, very exciting. And I just have a very, very positive outlook for North Carolina, particularly for the triangle region. Okay, let me hush. If we got some time left for any questions that you want to ask, I'm certainly available to do that.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Thank you so much, Dr. Walden, for this presentation. Really appreciate having your expertise and knowledge helping us get the big picture. I have a few follow-up questions. One which you just touched on. We know that our biggest asset is our talent. Our workforce is what is attracting, especially in Durham County. We have a lot of life science, and now we're attracting clean tech jobs. But if we are now ranking 50th in the country in our spending for public education, 38th for teacher salaries, and 48th per pupil spending, what the issue that you just addressed about how we keep investing in our workforce, in our the people in our communities. I just wonder how you look at that. And then my second question is related to a lot of the opportunities that we have now, because you noted that there's a slowdown in manufacturing and a slowdown just in the economy. I'm wondering how you weigh the massive potential federal funding from ARPA, from the infrastructure bill, from the Inflation Reduction Act, and of course that depends how we all use those dollars or if we get them. But the potential that those type of investments will have over the future on our economy, and I'm thinking you mentioned some of the clean tech. I'm thinking also about the transportation investments around rail with the S-Line and the potential for increased passenger rail with Amtrak. How you factor that in. And then my third question is related to my final question related to workers, because I guess you kind of alluded to it a little bit, but while we may relate it to unemployment, it seems like a lot of employers, they're also wary of not letting workers go. So how does that play in people holding on to their workers, because even if they might not, just that balance, because not wanting to let workers go because it's so hard to get workers. So those are my three questions.
three great questions. Let me take them actually in reverse order. On your latter question, I think that's another factor that may help us get through the recession if we have one without massive destruction in the labor force. Not only can businesses cut back on labor costs by taking away unfilled positions, I think they're also going to be motivated not to leave folks who are already working in their firm, to let them go because they worked hard to get them. So I think that's another factor working in the favor of, if we have a recession, it's going to hopefully have very, very modest negative effects on the labor market. Question number two about the federal bills that were passed, one dealing with investments, the Inflation Reduction Act, but that has a big climate component, a big component in terms of encouraging chip production, et cetera. And the other bill that was passed earlier, infrastructure. Yeah, these bills were not included in my 5.5 trillion COVID money that was pushing the economy. These are separate. These are long-run investments. I think both got, or at least the one got significant bipartisan support, which I think tells us that people recognize that we need to worry about our infrastructure. We need to worry about staying competitive in the world. One of the problems that of course, you realize is that chip production, we don't do all that here. And one of our geopolitical competitors, China, is a leader there. So I think this was very wise, in my personal opinion, very wise to do. And we're starting to see, I think, Secretary of Commerce just indicated that those funds are going to start to flow. So I think those are very, very positive developments. I'll say on the role of education, because I know this can get very contentious depending on where you are on the political structure, but my wife worked 33 years as a public school teacher. She knows what the importance of that is in terms of working with students, getting them on the right track toward a successful career. I think obviously, I'll give you my personal bias here. I think paying teachers more because they probably have one of the most important jobs, if not the most important job in the world. I always would tell people what my wife does, much, much harder than what I did. Yeah, I think we always need to worry about, are we competitive in terms of attracting teachers? In terms of all the other resources that go into K through 12, I mean, that's somewhat of a moving situation because, for example, if you're as old as I was, we didn't have computers going through college, even high school. I didn't even have them in college either. So that's really outside my wheelhouse, what kind of auxiliary support teachers need. But clearly, we need to try to attract the best and the brightest to be teachers, in my opinion. And obviously, a big way we do that is through salaries.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Alam, hand is up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Walden, for this presentation. I had a couple thoughts / comments, mostly about like the beginning slides, your presentation around the population growth and why we haven't seen it inclining as much and how that's impacting our workforce, as well as just why the younger generations like millennials and Gen Z aren't joining the workforce at the same rates as previous generations. So on that millennial and Gen Z portion, do you think also the fact that the gig economy is growing so significantly, and people are able to find higher wages through the gig economy, that makes them less likely to want to go work in the hospitality fields that tend to not pay very well, tend to not treat their workers very well, to be quite frank. And also the fact, and then that segueing into the population growth conversation about, like, I know from my generation and Gen Z, it's a very common conversation about how the impact of climate change is changing the way we talk about starting families, and because we don't know what type of planet we're going to be leaving for the next generation, so why is our generation going to continue to have kids when it may not be a sustainable living for our children? And the last question / comment I had when I wrote this one down was just the access to education, and how that impacts the workforce or the population growth, is that culturally we're seeing there's less of a need to have children because the mortality rate is the infant mortality rate is decreasing across the globe. So people have less of a need to have multiple children, and because birthing people have higher access to education, uh, they are less likely to, start families because they're entering into the workforce more significantly?
Three good questions. Let me take them in reverse order again. Access to education. Yeah, I think that obviously is a factor in the climate. Birth rate's been climbing for a while, probably prior to the widespread concern with climate change. I mean, raising children is extremely expensive. If parents have careers, obviously there's some give and take there in terms of time. In the old days, my father, for example, grew up on a farm. He was one of 5 children. My grandparents needed those children because they had to work. My father had to get up at 4 in the morning to milk the cows, etc. So we don't have those kind of needs now. So I think people have a greater ability, households have a greater ability to decide what the number of children that they have, and there's a whole host of factors. I agree, I understand your point about climate change. I think there are a whole host of factors that go with that. Let's see. Oh, your first point about pay. Yeah, I mean, clearly, I try to make that point that we had all these tech jobs open, which were paying much higher than, say, a restaurant job. So when the economy reopened, someone was working a restaurant job and getting minimum wage, they go into a tech job and probably double their rate of pay. I think that clearly was a factor. Now, I will tell you that the restaurant business has had to raise wages. In fact, that sector has raised wages on a percentage basis more than any other sector, and they're still having problems, which says a lot about. I mean, early in my career, I worked in a restaurant, and it's tough work. And so, yeah, they're going to have to deal with that in terms of maybe raising wages even more, which turns to read the higher prices. Or I think down the road, they're going to try to make do or try to use a better technology. And access to education, I just want to expand on that. I think that's going to be a key down the road. I think what we need to think about is, can we make broaden access to education to not just, say, young people starting out and going to college and so forth, but to people, as I indicated, who are going to face a situation down the road where their occupation is no longer needed. Their skills are no longer needed. They got to relearn skills. So I think we have to have a continuing education process. And I know there are a lot of people in the state are thinking about that. And I think North Carolina is probably ahead as well as other states. But I think being able to change your skills quickly as the economy changes and what's needed in the economy changes from workers, and being able to access quick training programs that'll give you that switch, I think that's going to be a very, very important component down the road to our economy.
Commissioner Burns.
Thank you so much again, Dr. Walden. I had a couple, but I'm gonna just drop it down to 2 questions for the sake of time. And I want to go back to one of your slides about what's holding back the labor force. In particular, you said my analysis suggests that North Carolina will have adequate labor if in-migration continues. And I want to elevate or ask you, in your calculation, in your studies, in your conferences, have you had any conversations about how, and I know when we're talking about immigration, we're talking about here, but just about immigration as a whole, like we've seen that you don't want to get political, but it's not missed on anybody in here that the last administration was adversarial towards individuals being able to immigrate into the United States. And that is like significantly hit some industries, whether it be agriculture, whether it be hospitality. We know it's hit education. Chancellor Woodson said the other day that across the state, we've seen 15% less graduate students applications and undergraduate applications from outside the United States. So we know that kids are still going to school because Canada saw an uptick, and Australia saw an uptick, and England saw an uptick. So kids are still coming in, they're just not coming in here. And so how that type of immigration might be affecting the workforce, I would love to hear your thoughts. My second question, we talked about work and unemployment, and while I do have a question about underemployment, I'm not going to elevate that one today. What I really want to know is, in your research, we know that people are working from home more, right? So we know that remote work is a trend, but we also are looking at the ways in which people work. And I think Commissioner Lom touched it a little bit. If we think about how we order food, and I'm just going to say, if we order a pizza and then we get a little text on our phone that says, your pizza has now been moved to a third-party service. So it's moved it to an Uber or moved it to a Postmate. Now that individual still is delivering a pizza, right? So let's just say Pizza Hut, Domino's. Now there's a driver, but that driver doesn't have a boss. So this is still the same job, but somebody is choosing, I want to do this job absent a supervisor. So I elevate that because they brought it up at the Banking Commission that we're seeing people, I want to choose this job, but I want to choose the way in which I do this job. So as we here, even in the county, are trying to figure out how we fill positions, and I know at the city and the school and everybody else, are there any additional trends that you all are seeing in the ways in which people want to work? Perhaps the same job, but under different circumstances, and what those circumstances might be. And I'll let those be my two.
Well, yeah, thank you. Very good questions. Again, I'll take them in reverse order. Certainly, self-employment, I don't have the numbers in my head, but certainly self-employment, I think, has trended upward over several years. And you're right. I mean, a lot of the people, we don't have food delivered to our house, but I'm aware that people do that and order it, and that's created a whole new source of employment, and a lot of young people who do that, or maybe older people who do that, they're doing it because maybe the hours are flexible and like it gives them supplemental money, et cetera. Along with that, I think you've all probably heard about, and this is somewhat outside my lane, that a lot of young people, especially now, have a different view of work. They conceive of work as just part of the plan, and they want to have a life outside of work. And so I think employers are having to deal with that, and they probably are dealing with it in a way. And I think that has probably impacted the percentage of that 18 to 24-year-olds that are actually employed, because they have a different viewpoint of work. And far be it from me to criticize that. I think as I've gotten older, I've realized, yes, you've got to take account of your family, et cetera. I probably worked too many hours when I was actually full-time employed. And your first part about migration. Now, the numbers I alluded to in that slide, which I didn't explain very well, didn't take time to explain. I was looking at in-migration, which technically means migration of people who are already in the country from one state to another state.
Right.
One has been one of the leaders in having a net plus there. Your point about immigration, though, international immigration, very, very important. I mean, yes, I think, if you want my personal opinion, we should strive to attract people with the kinds of skills, individuals with the kinds of skills that we want and need in the country. I wrote a book a couple of years ago where it's called Real Solutions. Always take time to, authors always take time to promote their books, but I wrote a book a couple of years ago called Real Solutions, where I looked at all the major issues, taxes, debt, migration, climate change, poverty, et cetera, all of them, about 20 different issues, and summarize what the views are, and then gave my take on them. There's some discussion about, there's been some who promoted the idea of trying to focus at least part of immigration that we attract in bringing people that have skills that we're not generating enough of. So clearly immigration, I think, is an important part of our history. It's going to be an important part of our future. I guess right now the debate is it controlled? Is it, I'm not going to get in that, not my field. But yeah, I don't know any economist who doesn't think that there's certainly an important role for foreign immigration in our country, and always has been, and will continue to be.
Commissioner Carter.
Yes, thank you again, Dr. Walden. Your presentations are always so interesting. Economists are very interesting people in general,
oh my
I
goodness.
think.
You're going to cause my head to explode, gosh.
I also have two questions. I'm interested in what you think about the availability of high-quality, affordable child care and its effect on employment and the economy, and also the effect of the economy in turn on wages, of COVID in the economy, on wages, in particular the wages of people at various points on the pay scale, and how you might advise us as we seek to pay living wages for public employees and as we seek to support families so they can afford child care, as we, seek to consider guaranteed basic income for folks. If just wondering what your thoughts are on that as an economist.
I am all in favor. Here's the trick. Obviously, everyone in our country doesn't get paid the same wage. I mean, from a business point of view, what businesses look at is what does that employee bring to the table in terms of the productivity they provide for the company? What's the value of that productivity? And that's what wages in part are set on. And there's competition between workers, between companies for workers. More competition, the higher the wage, et cetera. I mean, my first paying job was at McDonald's. I got $1 an hour. Why did I get, I mean, this was of course 50 years ago, 50, 60 years ago. Why did I get so low pay? Well, because pretty much anyone could do that job. And one of my tasks was cleaning garbage cans at night, going out in the parking lot, and they didn't put those liners in. I literally had to take cleanser and rub it, spray it, or put it in there, and then scrub with a scrubber, et cetera. So those are tasks pretty much anyone can do. So that's another factor. And we also, I think we also need to be careful about making sure that people do have a motivation to move up with our skills that provide them higher productivity. So businesses will be willing to pay them more. But on the other hand, we don't want people to suffer. So there are a lot of complications there. Going back to my book that I wrote 2 years ago, Real Solutions. What I suggested there is rather than, for example, telling a business, no, you got to raise your wage, telling someone, all right, we're going to give you a guaranteed. Well, actually, let me just stop there. Instead of telling a business you got to raise your wage, if it's important to the public sector, which I think you're indicating it is, that people are guaranteed some minimum standard of living, then provide that. I like the idea of a negative income tax. Very, very simple. People file their tax returns. The tax organization, say IRS, or in our case, Department of Revenue, they know how many children you have, how many people in your household. They can look at your pay and say, gosh, this is not enough to guarantee some societal agreed standard of living. And so then you send them checks for the next year to make up that difference between what's acceptable standard of living and what can be a standard of living that they can afford with what they pay. Now, the key there, though, is you have to be careful about still motivating people to, because I think we want to motivate people to help themselves. That is, if they're not getting paid enough, get skills that will allow them to get paid more. So in that same book, I say, when someone gets above a certain level, say they go above in terms of their income, that minimal standard of living, you don't cut it off to zero. You gradually take the money away so that people are always motivated to earn more, because if they're going to lose some of their public benefits, they don't lose them dollar for dollar with the additional money they earn. So I think there are two things there that are sometimes difficult to balance. Our societal desire to provide people with enough to reach some acceptable standard of living, but the other intent is to provide people with the incentive to also acquire skills so they can move up and support themselves. And that's very, very hard to do. The minimum what it's called, the minimum the program you were talking about in your senior moment, where people get a flat amount if they're under a certain amount of income. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of providing people with resources, but I'm not a fan of that because I think the studies that I've seen that have been done on that actually indicate that the work participation of folks receiving that money actually goes down. So I'm certainly not opposed to the idea of financially helping people who are at the lower rungs of the income ladder, but I think you have to be careful to again preserve the motivation for them to try to help themselves up the ladder. So I view as two forces there helping people move up the ladder. The public sector, and guaranteeing them they're going to get help to get to a certain level of standard of living. But the private motivation to motivate people, okay, we want you also to change, to do things in your life, education probably being the most important, skill acquisition, so that you can earn more.
Childcare and its effect on
Yeah.
unemployment.
Yeah, everything would be, I mean, in my notion of how, when we look at when we look at someone earning X dollars or household earning X dollars, and we have already just thought about, okay, what kind of income do you need to provide shelter for yourself, food for yourself, health care for yourself, et cetera. That would all be part of the calculation of what, if someone had no money, that would all be all part of the calculation of what the, probably this is better at the state level, but certainly locals can experiment, all be part of the calculation of what the state would decide. Okay, if you have no money, here's what we're providing you. So given the number of people in your household, you can have adequate health care, you can have adequate food, you can have adequate shelter, you're going to have adequate transportation, et cetera. And then my point is that would be the case of someone not having any private earnings. Then as hopefully the adults in the household do get private earnings, then again, you gradually remove some of that money, but not dollar for dollar with your earnings. You always want them to be better off, so that if they earn $1,000, you don't take $1,000 away of the public assistance. You maybe take $500 away. So people are always motivated to earn on their own as they move up the ladder.
Thank you.
Okay, so Dr. Walton, as my colleagues have said, it's always great to hear you and what you bring to us. And you probably answered this question already, but I just want to make sure I ground it for myself. Today, are you seeing that persons offered $2 more go to a different job? What are you seeing in the job market? We're seeing that people switch jobs so frequently. Is it being offered just a little bit more money that everybody?
I can't give you a precise answer to that, but what I'm observing or hearing and reading about is, particularly for young workers, it's not all about the money. It's not. It's about the money. Plus, it's about the work environment. It's about what the work is about, and many young people have decided they want work to be meaningful in terms of our societal, broad society. It's about flexible. One of you mentioned remote work. It's about flexibility and how they work. There's a big debate now. Of course, you've probably read about companies wanting people to come back to work, and a lot of workers saying, no, we like working at home. It helps us with that work-life balance. So what I'm hearing and reading is that what workers want, especially young workers, is much broader than in prior decades, when it was pretty much just the pay and maybe the benefits too. It's about the job. It's about what the company stands for. It's about flexibility.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Anything else for you, Manager?
No, ma'am. That's it. Thank you so much, Dr. Walden. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you all again. Thank you for what you do. And I know probably I was asked to run for public office once. This was several decades ago in Raleigh. It's a big job. Again, I applaud all of you for doing it and taking time away from your job, your family, your life, et cetera. But we who live in the Triangle are better off for it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Enjoy the rest of your day, sir. Okay, we are now at lunch, which will also be served in the innovation space. And as you've noted, there are tables available in the space and as well as out in our open area. So feel free to get lunch. We'll take about 30 minutes, so that's going to put us right around 1 o'clock starting.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Nobody's moving because we just ate. You just ate. Like nobody's moving.
Okay, commissioners, I think, and Madam Clerk, do we have Commissioner Lum back with us?
So we'll start.
She is online. I will send her a text to let her, oh, she's here. She can
Okay,
say I'm here.
great. All righty, so commissioners, we're ready to go ahead and start with the second part of,
Hey, let's roll.
yes, ma'am. Turn it over to Deputy County Manager Claudia Hager to help lead us through ARPA discussion.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I trust you are well, and we're about to talk about one of our favorite topics. I know it's been a while since we've chatted, and we'll give you some highlights today on some components of the ARPA funding. We will come back at the work session. Some information I shared with you related to affordable housing that we'll discuss Wednesday, but we'll talk about that, not Wednesday, but next week. We'll have those conversations. We'll move fast. Let's see. Now, Monica, I'm not sure if it's me. It was me. Okay. All right. Always do the reminders. Funding for ARP has to be incurred or obligated by December 31st, 2024. That means we need to have a contract. There have been conversations about potential extensions by some desiring that. There are hoops that would have to occur. I also cautioned for us to be conservative and prepare for that date just in case shifts happen. Economy shifts that are declined nationally will mean that if I were in their seats, I would swoop up money. And so we will plan from a staff perspective to make sure that the board aligns their efforts with those guidelines. All dollars must be expended by 2026 of December. I always remind everyone of the guiding principles. We'll not go through them, but for some, this may be the first time they've seen this conversation, and we always like to have this in the document, but I will elevate one that we have tried to make sure we prioritize strategic one-time projects that have a sustainable strategy beyond the cliff, as we'd like to say, because we call it the $62 million cliff, which will come, and we want to make sure that we have plans that can support whatever we fund. The U.S. Treasury had guidelines for those dollars and how they would be spent. A year before the final guidelines were established, the board set a framework on how the dollars should be spent, and those align with the U.S. Treasury guidelines. The $62.4 million plan was adopted in May 2022, and we've been working towards the dollars being used. We also, in that framework, looked at areas that may require funding beyond the ARPA set-asides. We knew there were areas that may not have been could get funded through the ARPA dollars, and so we also outlined a potential plan for that as well. In the current budget, there's $6.8 million allocated. There is a set-aside for broadband, and we'll give a quick update on that, and the community grants were awarded in December. We will start bringing those contracts to the board for approval. There's a very intensive vetting process. We did a lot of that before we made recommendations, and we're making those final steps now. We'll now give some quick updates on broadband. As you know, there are dollars that are flowing to the counties and local governments from the state and federal government, growing rural economies with access to technology. The GREAT Grant is one that we partnered with some internet service providers. I'm so used to seeing the acronyms to potentially compete for the dollars. The GREAT Grant dollars are under review. If the first wave has occurred, Frontier was identified. I'll move forward on this. There's also another grant that's impending, the CAB grant, Completing Access to Broadband. This is for counties to partner with the state to look at broadband infrastructure. And then there's a final one, the Stopgap Grant. Now with the GREAT grant, there are if-then statements. We talked about all this in the last session with the board. We'll not go through that. When we last talked with you, we were waiting for the state to make some final decisions beyond their initial wave of decisions. They have, like we have, kicked the can. We were thinking they would finish it in December. Now that date, and Greg can correct me, that date has been moved further, so we're waiting to see what they do with that. And the reason there is the if-then with this particular grant, if a county has established a partnership formally with an ISP, Internet Service Provider, then you're then not eligible for the GREAT Grant Award. And so that's why we've we've moved through the process in a way that's been strategic, and we will move fast on that. I'll move forward. There were 3 providers that asked to potentially partner with us, and we did a memorandum of understanding with them. All 3 did submit applications. Frontier has been awarded one, Charter, and Loomis, which is also North State, also made applications. Frontier's award was at $2.6 million from the state, and the portion amount for Durham counties is less than $500,000. Loomis, they announced that they are moving forward with broadband in Durham and Orange counties. This is outside of those GREAT Grant Award allocations or any work allocations. This is on their own, which is strategic considering how this region is growing so fast. So we wanted to just remind the public of that. And so some quick highlights, closure, is that we are waiting closure on the state GREAT grant. So we'll see who that second part, if they do award another applicant for Durham County. And all of this all these if-then statements means that we would not potentially need to use the full amount that we've set aside for broadband, and so that's why we're doing that. They have to complete their award agreements. They're completing the agreements with all of the entities, which I can only imagine how cumbersome that is. We will then, we actually close out our RFP, and we're going to open it up again, because it would have been a year that it would have been open. We started our RFP for broadband back in March of 2022, and we kept extending our date to align with the timing of the state finishing its process. So we closed it out. We just did that, and we're going to open it up again. Okay. So just to give you some process updates on that. And so we're also assessing sort of those next grants that will be available. On affordable housing, there are some documents that have been shared that are related to the potential partnership with the city of Durham on some shovel-ready projects. In 2021, the city sought requests for proposals to joint partner with entities that were building affordable housing. They were able to fund some of those projects, but they had 4 that were not funded. In our overall allocation for affordable housing, we always sought to see where we can partner with the city. One of the intriguing components with this, if we do decide to move forward in any way, is that the entities that are moving forward with the project they're not starting totally from the beginning stage, which helps with the timing issue of making sure the dollars are expended by 2026. The information that you have are from the original proposals, and city staff are working with the entities to refine their numbers to make sure they have the latest information. For an example, there's one project, it was seeking funding from the city of $5.4 million. They've refined their numbers. It's now 5.9, so not a huge variance between the original ask. Most of the financing is through other financing sources. We will also bring forward to the board some options to consider related to permanent supportive housing. That's an area that has been a priority, as well as exploring options for transitional housing. And so there are many opportunities, and as Jay Gibson and Perry Manns and our partners at DFI shared at your November retreat, we have to decide in what way we will support affordable housing efforts. And so this will be an ongoing conversation, but it's exciting that we're getting closer to making some decisions, and we'll have more conversations on that. Today, we're going to talk about some investments that we may consider in our food insecurity space, but want to share how this conversation aligns with what's happening as a result of dollars no longer being available from the federal government. And I will ask my colleagues to share on this component of the discussion, and I'll pass the mics to you.
Good afternoon. Pull it tighter. Good afternoon.
Pull a little closer.
Pull it close.
Is that better? Yes. Okay, excellent. So families who are enrolled in food nutrition services have received extra benefits during the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic benefits, when the federal government declared a public health emergency. Due to the federal actions, these extra benefits, they're called emergency allotments, and the maximum supplements are coming to an end effective March 1st, 2023. What that means is that any person who was receiving food nutrition benefits based on their household size received the maximum allotment, and it was not based on their resources or income. And so want to make sure that, for an example, if a person was a two-person household, they received a maximum allotment of $516. A one-person household, which is many of our seniors that we're going to reference, they received the maximum allotment of $281 versus their normal $23. And again, that's coming to an end effective March 1st, 2023. As a result, over 9,000 residents in North Carolina will see their benefits reduced. For those actively receiving FNS benefits as of March 2023, they will receive their regular monthly allotment. So households will receive this notice starting yesterday and going throughout the month of March, mid-March. And that mailing is depending on when they normally would receive their benefits on a regular basis. In Durham County in December of 2022, we had over 20,000 cases, 20,785. That represents 39,427 participants. I also want to note we dug a little deeper in that number, and of those, the ones who are 60 plus is a little over 5,000. So the average emergency allotment a month was $3.8 million. That's an annual cost of $45.6 million.
We cannot close that gap.
I was waiting for that comment. I was waiting for that comment. And so the question becomes, what can we do? And we've been meeting and having conversations about how we can help our citizens step down from what they've been receiving, because beyond the fact that it's a significant reduction, groceries is more, there's so many other things that's happening that also has an impact. And so based on a lot of conversation, we've narrowed it down to looking at our seniors, and we are identifying seniors as 60 plus, and then looking at the general FNS population. And for our 60 plus population, I'm going to pass the mic to Janine Gordon, who is the Assistant Director of our Aging and Adult Services area, and she will give you more information.
Good afternoon. So when we looked at the seniors that we have, which are approximately 5,000, their allotment is dropping nearly $200 a month. So that was really the focus of our attention, and figuring out how can we address this huge drop, particularly given the fact that a number of our seniors are on fixed incomes. Can we move to the next slide? I'm sorry, thank you. So when we look at the number of seniors that we have and are projected to have, we have been growing steadily. And then, just looking at the number of residents per the entire community, you can see that, again, we're growing. And what we are trying to address is the fact that we have so many adults that are over the age of 60 and are oftentimes single African-American women. We really wanted to be able to address this in an equitable way. So we looked at the food and nutrition benefits that are being offered to our Durham County residents, and at this point, only 9% receive benefits. However, overall in North Carolina, 21% are eligible to receive benefit and are at risk of food insecurity. So one of the things that we really wanted to focus on is the fact that we have infrastructure in place for our seniors. We actually have a partnership with the Durham Center for Senior Life. We actually have an EATS program with them that I'm sure you have seen over the past few years that actually addresses food and nutrition services. Fortunately, the executive director at the Durham Center for Senior Life is happy to hear that we are addressing food insecurity for seniors, and is ready and willing to help us in this endeavor, and is ready to hear whatever it is that we are able to offer. So one of the suggestions that we have made is creating a position that would be housed in my division of Aging and Adult Services that would essentially be a liaison between the food providers in the community, the food pantries in the community, and the senior center, to make sure that when we offer additional resources throughout the community for those who are not 60 and older, but also those at the senior center, that we are ensuring that everybody has an opportunity who needs that opportunity. This is essentially, we want to make sure that we don't have anyone not getting more than they are supposed to. So everybody has one opportunity each month to get more resources, and not going to multiple resources at the same time, which is kind of the essence of being able to have that relationship with DSS to verify that they're eligible and they have received further assistance through our local food banks.
And I failed to invite Mary Oxendine. I know she's. Mary, forgive me, although I know you would have stuck your hand up. Mary, it was a group of us, Joanne, the DSS team, Cooperative Extension. Many of us have pondered how do we move forward in this space, and I'd like Mary to talk some about the bonus bucks. This is an effort that happened in any of the other areas that are there.
Hi. So I can just talk to the bullets that are up right now. So as was mentioned, there's a huge gap in services that's going to be coming, particularly for folks that are receiving FNS benefits. And so one of the strategies to kind of at least create some additional supports in the community is to provide some additional funding to our emergency food providers. And you know, we're not necessarily asking the county to make up for all the shortfall, but to be able to provide some additional funding. And particularly working with our emergency food providers, they're able to buy food at a wholesale or bulk prices. So they're able to provide meals to families at a cheaper price per meal than would be folks that are buying food at the grocery store. So there's kind of almost a tripling of the dollars that are kind of reaching community members whenever you're thinking about how many meals are actually being provided. So the amount on the screen is about $2.3 million that we're potentially recommending that the board consider across 9 months. We understand that that is just kind of extending the time frame that, you know, for folks before there's a complete drop-off, but we do think that it's important to try to create a sort of a step-down approach before folks kind of face that, what some organizations are calling a hunger cliff. The other thing that also supports residents, in particular that are receiving SNAP benefits as well as WIC that live in DHA housing, is the Double Bucks program. And I know we've talked about this a few times, but the short version is that if Double Bucks is able to double the amount of purchasing power of folks that are buying from the farmers market. So if I'm a SNAP participant, or FNS recipient, and I go to the farmer's market and I want to buy $10 worth of produce, I can get $20 worth of produce. So it's taking those federal dollars and then doubling those so that essentially over 3 years we're getting $1 million into our local food system and really supporting families to be able to get that fresh, local, healthy food. So that's, you know, Double Bucks has been going on in Durham for several years now, I think about 10 years. And the funding for it did end at the end of last year, and we've gotten some additional funding from Duke. Duke has provided $185,000 to make sure that the program is able to continue. But thinking about over 3 years, you know, that's not enough to sustain the program over 3 years. So we are asking or recommending to the board that you all consider continuing to fund Double Bucks and making sure that that program continues. And then there are definitely some opportunities in the community to support improved equitable food security infrastructure, particularly thinking about how do we support communities in starting markets in Durham. So one example that has been brought to us is there's an organization in East Durham that is interested in opening a grocery store. They have been operating a food co-op and a farmer's market in that area for several years now. And Los Primos closed in that neighborhood, which increased the gap in access to food in that area. And so one strategy is that the board could support, you know, making sure that there's a local source of healthy, fresh produce in that community. So those are just some recommendations and strategies that we can employ to address immediate needs, but also thinking about how can we kind of start moving towards more equitable food systems change.
I did want to highlight, in addition to what Mary just shared, we wanted to make sure it was a true step-down program, which means we don't want to kick the can down the road and then 3 months from now that their benefits have reset and we haven't done the things we need to do to try to help them adjust. And so we also talked about ensuring that we focus in on our budgeting, nutritional programs that we already have in place to make sure that we connect these families with those resources, and if necessary, beef up those resources to meet the need, because eventually their allotments will go back to pre-pandemic levels. And so that's the reality. And so then it becomes, what can we do in the interim to help the families transition in a way that makes that reality not so harsh for them?
These are our recommendations. On Monday, we'll formally come forth with some actions that would move things forward, and we'll entertain any questions the board may have on this. Yes, ma'am.
First of all, this is DSS folks know I've been raising this issue at our board meetings for a while, because I am very worried about the ending of just a lot of the entitlement programs, Medicaid as well, that we've had automatic recertifications for the past 3 years. People have not had to reapply. It's just been automatic. That's another one to have on our radar. So, but when we think about this big picture of things like guaranteed income and people being lifted out of poverty and hunger, like we have been living that for the last 3 years because of all of the COVID relief funding that has flown into our communities and into our families. I mean, that like, just the example for seniors from going from $24 a month, which is criminal. I mean, to think that that's going to do anything for anybody, especially with inflation, but that somebody's gotten used to having, $224 a month, and then for families, it's also been really significant. And there was a study that was done recently that showed how during the pandemic, how many people have been lifted out of poverty, children and families. So as we talk about our budget, keeping in mind that we could see us moving backward in these areas because we're losing this huge amount of money. And the other thing is the impact it's had on our businesses, because with $3 million coming in every month, or $43 million coming into our grocery stores, it has had a significant, Keith, on our sales tax revenue. Has probably been getting a big boost from this type of money. So so I fully support. I think this is a perfect use of ARPA money. We absolutely should be using it for food security, and I really love the way you all came together, Cooperative Extension, DSS, Mary, everyone like collaborating on this to come up with solutions. Durham Center for Senior Life is just fantastic to see you all collaborating and working together on a solution. My question is about Meals on Wheels. Do we also need to look at expanding that? Because I know we have a waiting list of about 200 people right now for Meals on Wheels. We got rid of that waiting list during the pandemic, actually, and now it's back again. So I guess when we think about different ways that seniors are going to access food, the Durham Center for Senior Life will help with those who can get out of the house and come to the senior center. But what about seniors who are homebound? So did you guys look at that and think about that as well? And what would it take to add that?
One of the bullet, as far as expanded infrastructure support for seniors, encompasses many areas. And Janine shared the strategy of having the support systems to help with the logistics of all of this, which will be a lot. We did talk about those other entities that are partners and needing to evaluate levels of additional support. We didn't refine what that number is, and so we'll come back with some recommendations on that as well. It's a lot. My hat is off to the DSS team. It's a lot that they will be sorting through, as well as our public health department right now, as the feds are sort of clawing back those benefits.
Well, I would just say I personally support you looking at other things. I mean, again, this is a great, really, this is the way we should be using the ARPA money, and to, come back if there are other investments we need to make for those who won't be served by these programs that you're suggesting.
Commissioner Burns?
Yes. As always, thank you, ladies, for the presentation. It's good to see Catherine and Janine in chambers today. Don't often get to see you. Same for Mary. I wanted to go back to something about the March 1st deadline, because you said that February 27th letters would go out and that March 1st was the last day. So I guess that sounds quick to me. March 1st is the last day for what? To apply, for something to come?
So March 1st is the last day, well, actually February the 28th is the last day for the emergency food stamps allotment. March 1st is the reset. So yes.
Okay. No, go ahead, finish. Okay.
So any recipient receiving food nutrition benefits in March will not be receiving the additional emergency allotment.
Thank you. When you said March 1st, I didn't know what my timeline was, and I want to make, okay, so, because this, again, sounds time sensitive also. So that was the other thing, and Commissioner Jacobs hit it on the head. We were all at the Feed the Need Gala this weekend, and they played some recordings, and you can really tell that these are things that people need. So I don't know. I heard the sentiments in the beginning. We can't hit it all, but I do think that our seniors deserve the best from us because they've given us their best. So I would also be a proponent and a supporter of figuring out how we can do this. And Mary, thank you for elevating. Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs, for elevating it. We got to think about who can't get out, because that's who can't get out. And I don't know how we add that in, but also something that Mary pointed out about how if we help our spaces, it's almost triple because they can buy things in bulk. The meals are, kind of somewhat not prepared. People can do what they want to with them. So I do think that that's an added incentive. So I do like that idea that we might be in a better position to stretch the dollars. So just wanted to elevate those two sentiments. But I'm on board.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Carter.
Yes, thanks to our food security team for the presentation and for your critical work that you're doing every day for our residents. And I also, it's not necessarily Meals on Wheels, but I do think that is a nonprofit with a proven track record, and I would definitely be in favor of eliminating their waiting list. I like it when there are strategies that solve problems that are tangible. I feel like so many of our problems are, amorphous and they feel intractable. But, when you've got a solution right in front of you, I don't know. And I actually thought maybe you had that in mind and it was subsumed by emergency food providers, it was in one of those categories already, and maybe it is. But anyway, just pile on the support for seniors receiving food from Meals on Wheels. I think these are excellent recommendations. I like the fact that they touch a number of different approaches, some related to emergency need of food, and others related to infrastructure support, and others sort of looking ahead at equitable food systems and how to foster entrepreneurism in the community around food, and and for the people who have had lived experience with this. So I am excited to see this, and I'm glad y'all are working on it.
I did have one quick follow up, and it is for Mary. Mary, I remember when we first hired you, we tasked you with doing a similar project that we recently gave Gudrun, and it's one of the priorities for me. We do have a lot of mapping priorities, right? So she's been mapping, the resources at CJRC, trying to figure out how we can help with the opioid crisis. I know when we brought you on, it was on Zoom, but we were talking about how many churches had their own food banks. Like, there are churches that have been operating consistently well-run food banks in Durham for 20 years, 30 years, some for 15. That community within a 10-block radius knows on Tuesday I'm at this space. I was about to say some of the names, but they were not necessarily looped into the county. As we are trying to be creative and go out, I know that mapping was something that you were working on. How well and I know we hit the pandemic, how well has that network materialized, and do we see a space where we can insert them? Because even, again, I'm thinking, 6 months, 9 months down the road, we will still have a shortfall, and I'm trying to figure out how our other community partners, these more non-traditional ones, might fit into some of these recommendations as well.
Yeah, so we have over 60 food pantries in Durham, and a lot of them are churches, like you mentioned. And so they are definitely included in the emergency food providers kind of category, but also thank you so much. You all approved for us to do another round of the Durham County Food Security Grants this year. And so there will be $350,000 that are going to be coming out as grant opportunities, hopefully in the next month or so, that pantries directly can apply to. And so that, not even listed on here, that's already funding that you've already approved. And I also wanted to note that you all had also recently approved $50,000 for me to contract directly with Meals on Wheels to take some of the people off their waiting list. I will say that it's over a year's time. $50,000 doesn't cover a lot of people, but we were able to take some people off the waiting list. And I do think Meals on Wheels is a great partner and a really awesome organization. I just wanted to note a couple things. Is that with Meals on Wheels, the way that, and Jason is an awesome executive director and kind of forward-thinking planning, whenever he takes, or the organization takes people off the waiting list, he's really mindful about making sure that they have an ongoing funding stream, so that, if they don't want to take people off the waiting list for 6 months, 3 months, and then kind of drop them. So he's really, thinking about how do we take people off and keep them off the waiting list. So I just want to, note that, like, as we're thinking about how do we take people off the waiting list, and how many people, thinking about kind of into the future, like what that funding might look like. But also, I know Janine and I have had some conversations that taking, 200 people off the waiting list also has some staffing implications for her team, and making sure that we have enough case managers to support all those folks. So I'm just, kind of sort of teeing up for the next conversation potentially about how do we potentially work with Meals on Wheels or other organizations to really support our seniors in the long run.
Just two other points. Are we working, double time or anything? Maybe you need more staff for this too, just to be sure we certify those who are eligible. I feel like every food security webinar I attend, that is lifted up as something that's an issue. Like, people are eligible for WIC, but they're not connecting to the resources. And so I just wondered if that's part of our strategy going forward. And this wouldn't necessarily be seniors, but I do think that working through other systems to be sure people are getting food makes sense. So, this idea of a universal school meals plan through Durham Public Schools. Everyone's eligible for free school breakfast and lunch. And I think the state is working on that, that the Catherine Truitt has that as a goal, but until they make that happen, maybe we would need to step up at the local level, because that would feed a lot of people automatically, and also create market for, food too as well, maybe some local if we're lucky. So just a couple other ideas.
Chair Howerton, can I jump in for a second?
I'm sorry?
Can I jump in for the
Sure.
question?
I know that I heard the voice. I was just trying to see where it was coming from. It's like,
I wanted to just piggyback off of what Commissioner Carter's last comments were. That was going to kind of be what I was also interested in, of how we're partnering with schools, and also if we have data available that shows how many of our DPS students or just kids in general in Durham County are food insecure. We'd like to know that number, if that's available, or if there's any way to find that out. And also, in addition to the universal meals just within the school, I had briefly passed this idea along to me and Commissioner Carter, briefly chatted about it in passing, but of not just, the availability of breakfast and lunch, but like if there's partnerships that we can build with the farmers and the agricultural players within Durham County to even like send home students with some sort of like green, healthy food options, because so many of our children are in food deserts where a majority of their meals are like canned food items and unhealthy items, but sending fresh food home that can also benefit their families. And I know that costs money. I did warn Keith already, texting him and telling him that I'm going to be asking for everything.
I can respond briefly to kind of working with DPS. I have been in conversations with them, and I can definitely circle back. I know that they're, and I apologize, I'm not going to remember these numbers off the top of my head, but there's a certain percentage of that DPS would need to be able to get to, as far as like students who are eligible for free and reduced meals, in order to qualify for what's called community eligibility, where essentially you reach a threshold and then everyone gets free meals. And I think DPS they were working on the calculations last time I talked to them, but we were getting really close to hitting that threshold, and they were thinking that we could soon apply for community eligibility. So I know that, not just at the state level, but Durham County Public Schools are also looking into how do we provide free meals for everyone and be able to do it based on the reimbursement from the federal government. I'm not sure if they're at a point where they could do that, but potentially a little push from, or some slight additional funding from local government might. But I would love to like circle back with them, and then I can bring more information to you all.
okay. Jacobs.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on two things. One was Commissioner Carter was talking about, about other sources to address food security in our community, and you alluded to Duke helping out with the double bucks, but there are hospitals in our region and even in our state, health systems that do provide prescriptions for food. And there is one hospital I'm thinking of they have a food bank in their hospital. And so when people leave the hospital, people are given a prescription to go and get food. So I think we will also really need to we really need to have more engagement about the issue of social determinants and food being part of people's health in our community, and the way that we only have one health system in Durham, really. I mean, between Duke and Duke Regional, and then they're affiliated with Lincoln, but how it would be beneficial for Duke to be investing in patients having healthy food to eat, and really what that looks like. So that's one thing I just wanted to put out there. And the other was years ago, and looking at also structural issues around our local food system, we did have a program that was tied to our farmers getting GAP certified so they could sell to institutions where we actually were trying to integrate local food into our jail. And the provider, I guess the sheriff's not here anymore, but the food provider then for our jail was buying from local farmers who were GAP certified. So, you know, between Durham, and I know Durham Public Schools is doing some of that, but again, this is kind of a big picture thinking for our strategic innovations staff, but, you know, the potential for institutional food buying, whether it's within Durham County, you know, our other institutions, how we connect that to our local farmers, you know, people being able to collectively fulfill orders for different things. So I don't know how much people are talking about that now, but, and how we create that.
Yeah, so going back to your first point about Duke, they do have some clinics that have pantries or kind of community, like a healthy food bags, essentially, that they give patients. But I don't think it's health system wide. I have definitely been in communication with some folks who are interested in doing a lot more food security work across the health system. But I think I think that there's definitely more need for Duke to work across clinic and across departments, and also potentially us to work with them and kind of help bring more folks to the table. But I do think that there are definitely some opportunities for other clinics to kind of get on board with providing healthy food to their patients. The other thing, essentially what you're describing is what's called kind of a good food procurement plan, and that is definitely something that I've been looking into and have had some conversations with folks, and even had some conversations with farmers in the community. I think it's a good place to start a conversation. I think it'll definitely take us a little bit of time to get there, but I do think that having a food procurement generates not only just I think it's just a good thing for the county to do, but also I think it definitely stimulates our local economy and kind of supports our local farmers, and, you know, creates more community generational wealth within the farmers that we have here, and it addresses some of those inequities in our food system. So I would love to continue that conversation with you all.
Okay, so I apologize, I missed part of your presentation. When my children call, everything else has to take second place. But a couple of things I just wanted to lift up, and on expand infrastructure, support seniors. I think we do not do enough for our seniors, and I'm sure that's been lifted up already, so I want to lift that up. And the other thing is anything that has to do with DPS, if you can let us know what those things are so that we can ask DPS to get it on their agenda when we do joint city, county, and DPS meetings, then they can give us a briefing as to what they're doing so that we can see where the connection is for the county and DPS. So we see anything that we need to do, and we need to do that as well for the county. What are the things that we are providing, especially around health, mental health, and food? Those are the two things that I think we need to get on the DPS's schedule, and so that when we meet with them, we can have a briefing as to what those things are. Okay, thank you.
So I will just sum it up. I want to make sure that we don't miss anything, but it sounds like we've heard you would like for us to expand the partners that we're having conversations with in addressing this hunger cliff that we are about to experience, and then to also have more sustained conversations around this to make sure we're addressing the immediate need as well as planning for what we can do in the future.
Because otherwise, we'll do it in isolation, and it never works.
Thank you all so, so much.
Manager Sowell, could we give one more additional direction to staff? This week, in your most recent newsletter, you actually sent out, it wasn't until Catherine said the March 1 deadline, you actually sent out a photo of your rights and responsibilities around emergency food stamps and why it was going to be ending. So there's a link, and legal aid said this is what you need to know. If we could ask staff this week on our social media, since it is kind of end of the day and starting over tomorrow, could we elevate that for the public? Because I saw it on Friday, but since these are the 2 days, I think it would be good to just push it out one more time so folks know what they need to do, even though they did get the other letter. So,
And to Commissioner Burns' point, you all did a great job with that QR code that people can just click on that has local food resources, which is fantastic. So I agree. It's a good time to do another push.
And I will just add, in case I don't get a chance to reach out to you all directly. So Duke has initiated a Chancellor's Community Health Advisory Board, and they are looking for topics for us to discuss. It's a great, diverse group of leaders that are at that table. I think this would be a great topic for us to lift up at one of those meetings. So please reach out to Deborah Clark Jones is the contact person. Mary, you probably have already had conversation with her. Reach out to her and ask if we can include that as a part of one of the agenda items.
Ms. Pierce?
Thank you, Chair Howerton. Manager, if I will, I just want to share something. Vice Chair Jacobs, you mentioned that you noticed that we were collaborative in our discussions, and I just wanted to uplift that is equity work in action, that we took a cross-systems approach. We discussed the issue, and this part that we're implementing, we understood that at the federal level and local levels that we weren't able to, the monies are going away. So with this proposal, what we're able to do while that's happening is address some systemic issues that we know are present, but not pull the carpet away from people. So we're doing both an approach, and we truly used an equity lens to address the issue. So thank you for noticing that, and I just wanted to uplift that, because we never kind of notice when equity is happening, but I just wanted to pause to let us know that we're doing that work.
All right, anything else? Well, thank you so much.
We have 2 more conversations. Thank you.
All right.
I'm excited because it's been in the works for a while, so great partners. Next, world peace. We have some conversations next about funding that was allotted in the budget and the framework for our youth programming. We allocated $350,000 to Cooperative Extension to support 4-H efforts and expansion. And in your pre-meeting materials, and I'll invite Donna Rewalt to come, in your materials, your pre-meeting materials, there is a overview of the program efforts that will move forward. And I only have a couple of slides in here because I had a sense that we would be short on time. But Donna did a great job of fleshing out the concept, and I only included 2 of the slides that gave program overviews, but Donna, I'll let you.
This will be a surprise to me. This will be exciting. Thank you all for
Donna, can you pull the mic just a little closer to you?
yeah, thank you all for hearing our presentation about our 4-H organization. You may know that 4-H is the largest youth organization in the country. It has been around for quite a long time. I think we have some former 4-Hers in this room. One of the things that we know about our Durham County 4-H is that we've been very successful with what we've been able to do, but we have a very small staff and a lot of volunteers, and we know that more can be done with some strategic investments. So we have looked particularly deeply at the community to better understand what might be the directions that would be most needed for additional investment. And so one of those is working with our Latinx youth. We now have in our public schools over a third of our students are students who speak Spanish as their first language and are from a variety of countries. And that pathway to career and to college is often a little bit more fraught for many of them, depending on their status. And so we have a wonderful program. It's a national program, but it happens to be based at NC State University called Juntos Together for Better Education. And it is actually a program that walks families and students starting in 8th grade all the way through high school through that pathway, through family engagement, through 4-H clubs and youth enrichment. There's one-on-one success coaching and mentoring, and there's also some summer programming which takes place at NC State University where our students can actually be on a college campus and have that experience. The best chances for success for a program like this is to have a full-time Juntos coordinator. So that's one of our recommendations, is to have a new staff member that will coordinate the Juntos program. We're also really lucky right now that our current 4-H agent is also bilingual Spanish, so that will also be helpful. So here are and there are a couple of other additional components, so I'll point those out as well. So the Juntos program coordinator. The other need would be around a 4-H program assistant. The other investment we really want to make is more in our healthy living program. I think you all have already heard data in the past about the youth mental health crisis. We certainly have an adult mental health crisis, but we certainly have a youth mental health crisis. It's certainly been exacerbated, and also the document that I've prepared for you has a lot of data around that. But we certainly know that having proactive, positive social activities based on research is helpful to students in addressing those challenges, including challenges of our increasing drug use that has been happening, particularly in the opioid epidemic. So we want to be able to provide some of those opportunities. So our program assistant would also lead our programming around some of our health and wellness activities. And so we have a wonderful national program called Health Rocks, which actually is delivered to groups in schools and in the community, and it focuses on kind of healthy living, and it does include addressing drug use and substance use. So that's another aspect of the programming that would expand. I think the other thing that's happened, which you might have seen kind of evidenced by the pictures that we have, is we've really been spending more time recruiting youth who may not typically be served by programs like ours. So for example, youth in public housing. So our culinary club that you saw a picture of earlier, that is right now all youth who are from our public housing communities that we've worked with in community gardens. When we work with youth who are in more challenging situations, it does take more time and more resources. So if you think about a youth programs have permission. There's often background checks for adults. There's a whole lot of administrative overload as well that goes into these types of programs. So that program assistant will also help that 4-H agent deal with some of those aspects as well. And then also we really want to handhold those families. We don't want paperwork or language to be a barrier to accessing a county 4-H program. So that's another thing that we've thought a lot about. One of the other things that we do know about our structure, which is sometimes a challenge, and that is that we do have a couple of staff members in cooperative extension who are on a different salary trajectory and schedule than our county employees. And it's a lower salary trajectory and schedule. So, and that does include the 4-H agent. So for example, the 4-H agent's current salary is like the minimum salary of one of these positions we'd be hiring. So and that person would be supervising these individuals. So we do want to provide a small salary supplement for supervision, because right now the 4-H agent isn't supervising anyone. And then some operational funds. We do not want to do this kind of work without providing the proper funds to support it. We also are great at looking for grants and finding other funding, and we will continue to do that. So that will certainly supplement that. I think one of the things you also will note that we have proposed funds for scholarships So those are for camps, but other activities. We have wonderful activities that 4-H youth have access to, like Electric Congress or our Youth Voice training, where the students get to spend a weekend getting really involved in those topics. And so we would support them in going to camps. We also are working with some of our other internal county services, like through Project Build, where we might be able to select appropriate youth who then get scholarships to go to camp with us. And one of the wonderful things about going to camp through 4-H, particularly residential camp, is that we actually send our Durham County staff with the youth. So we're not only sending a kid to camp for the first time where they're getting that life-changing, enriching experience, they're also going with a caring adult who is looking out for their interests while they're at camp. So we have some really great plans to really use this money. We're great at stretching a dollar, so we will make the most of this, and I'm happy to talk more about it, but I think that kind of gives the picture.
That's perfect. Thank you.
So I have one quick question about that. The one thing that I don't see in your plan is where the students will participate in the NCACC. Last year, there was no Durham students, and there were students from all around the state, and we didn't have any students in that there at all.
Well, I will make sure that I find out the answer to that question. That's certainly something, I mean, certainly with kids voting also being in our portfolio as well as 4-H, that's certainly something that's of interest. We also were at a transition between 4-H agents, and that very well may have been part of that challenge, because we did, Adrian just came on last summer with us.
Yeah, it would be great to give our students that opportunity because they do learn a lot by being there.
Okay, I know, I will definitely look into that.
Well, thank you, Donna. I just want to say I very strongly support this. 4-H has been, and cooperative extension, it seems like, has been one of the places that has been very effective with our Latinx community. The different programs that you offer, it just seems like, Spanish-speaking people in our community feel very comfortable with accessing county services at cooperative extension. And that, unfortunately, that's not the case with all departments, as we know that there's, other kinds of fear or connotation. We know with other, maybe DSS or public health, but with cooperative extension, it doesn't seem to be there. So this really seems like a way that we can really do outreach to our middle school and high school students. And I love the fact that this program is focused on the sticking with the family through that. Anyone who's had a child in middle school knows what happens when they get into middle school. It can be tough. And so we're, being with the student and the family through that, and then the connection to NC State is fantastic. I mean, this is not very much money honestly, for 3 years. How many students do you feel like you'll be able to serve?
Yeah, and I've thought about that question. We've been debating that as a staff. I mean, I know that we will double or triple the number of students we send to camp. We're already moving in that direction. So, we've been sending, the pandemic kind of tapped us back down to like sending maybe several. So we can see ourselves at some point doing the 20 or 30 kids and getting a bus kind of situation where we're sending more Durham youth to camp. I mean, ultimately it will affect hundreds of kids without a doubt. So I can probably, we've been kind of crunching that a little bit to kind of think about what this will mean. Juntos obviously is a little different in that it's a much more intensive cohort. So you would expect to maybe run a cohort of 30 students through in a year. But then, of course, that cohort builds because you would add the next year and the next year. So that's, I think as we roll out those plans, we bring that coordinator on board, we'll better be able to answer that. I appreciate you pointing out our ability to connect with our Latinx populations. It does help with staffing, and we do have 10 of our almost 30 staff are bilingual Spanish. And we do serve a lot of other groups as well. But one of the things we have been really interested in strategically is making that continuum happen. So a lot of people come to us with Welcome Baby, with those younger ones, and we really want to make sure we do that warmer handoff to those middle and high school aged kids. So we're keeping those families with us longer in a place where they feel comfortable and can grow with us, because they also contribute a great deal to our work too. We have families all the time. They actually donate their clothes back, or they come back and volunteer, and they also bring new families to us. We're often one of the first places that our refugees from Afghanistan showed up. If you had young kids, you were sent to welcome baby into our office right away. So it's often a first stop for a lot of families with young children, and we really want to serve those older children well too.
Well, great. Well, thank you for all that you're doing. And of course, we have our refugee and immigrant coordinator working with you all too. But I think this really fits with our board wanting to make sure that our youth have things to do during the summer. So this is a great fit for many reasons. Thank you.
Wendy, I'm so glad you brought more to that conversation. I was trying to hold myself back because I get so involved in anything that has to do with our young people. So thank you for continuing to lift that up. And thank you, Donna, for the work that you're doing that continue to support our young people. Yeah. Anyone else? Commissioner Burns?
As always, Donna, thank you. Is Keith in here? Because I don't never ask for anything. Great. Get out. No, I don't need you. I'm about to ask for some money. I'm about to pull a commissioner alarm, and I didn't want you to know that I was about to ask for something. So I echo the sentiments of my colleagues. Like, I'm a 4-H kid, right? And, back in my day, which I know y'all can't believe I'm saying back in my day, you could do a 4-H program for a week between $4, $7, or $10. Like, that is how much it was in Bladen County. Like, if you wanted to go and do a camp for a week, it was cheaper than the Y. And, your parents could come up with $4 or $10, right? I think a lot of the work that a lot of the opportunities you outline for us are very evidence-based. And we do need to have wraparound services for the parents because some things are cost prohibitive. I do think that there might be even some cultural differences. Like, everybody's not going to want to come to corporate extensions. Everybody's not going to be in a position to go to Parks and Rec, even though those are significant investments that this entire board has tried to make. How do we partner with the city? How do we be intentional? Tammy Baggett's not here, but I sit on the library board. Oh, yeah, hey, Tammy. And so we have done, like, every week, there's like a multitude of youth initiatives that we do through the libraries every week. A B class, how to make chapsticks. Let's do 3D printing. I say all that to say I think that there's still more that we can do. A lot of y'all know that we just got done with State of Urgency at Hillside High School. So that's a group of kids that said, no, we don't want the teacher to write the play. We don't want to do West Side Story. We want to write our own play about what we're dealing with. And I don't think anybody up here who saw the play or anybody in the community saw the play could say that we are not in a state of crisis. And so I do think that we have to do different things for different folks and really ask ourselves, if we do not make the investment now, when can we? We had to sit and listen to students. No, it didn't happen at school, but I can't believe how many kids stood up, especially at one of the most recent performances. A young girl stood up who was under the age of 18 and admitted to everybody she'd been shot twice on 2 different occasions. Adults in this room and law enforcement who have not been shot once. And so that really, it really took me to a place, because that's not something that a social worker can handle. That's not necessarily something that a teacher can handle. That's trauma, right? Like, you don't get that straight out of school. So I do want to make sure that as we look around the community, what are some of the other spaces? And here's where my question comes in. I know that we have worked with Boys and Girls Club. We know that they're servicing about 400 or 500 students. And we said we were going to circle back with them. We've made it significant. We're putting a school right there. We bought the shopping center there. Now we have, we've made, I think, a small investment there. On that side of the community, what types of investments could we see from staff in addition for that Boys and Girls Club? And I elevate this, if for no other reason, the Y is closing, right? And so we do see a gap in what we're going to have for youth services. So I'm trying to figure out, like, what are some other things? That doesn't mean I don't want to vote yes for universal pre-K, but I think that we can all agree that we need additional supports outside of school and outside of introductory services? Anybody got something?
I will offer one thing that we are doing, and we have worked with the Girls and Boys Club, and you'll probably hear about this during the budget process later, but we have brought in the Expanded Food Nutrition Education Program, which is a federal program and is also connected with 4-H on the youth side. And so we actually have a youth educator in our office now that we have had at the Boys and Girls Club and is trying to build like some longer term partnerships. So he's going to consistently deliver, as long as they have him, some food nutrition education classes at different ages. So it's often targeted depending on the age. So we actually have also invested in that process as well. And we do have the ability to go into and work with other organizations. So if there's some things that we could be doing more from the 4-H Cooperative Extension perspective with the Boys and Girls Club, I know we have previously installed gardens with them and done some other things, but we certainly would be happy to engage in a conversation about things that would work for them. But I'm sure there's more that others have.
Commissioner Burns, we can follow up because I'd like to be able to share of the investments that we made with the ARPA allocations that we did, the proposals that are youth-centered focused, that are recreational related, those that are academically focused to help with learning loss. But to your point, there are gaps in areas that the community does need to continue coordinated efforts. This is a space, too, that we've talked with the City of Durham staff about seeing where we could partner with youth programming as well because of the state of affairs across the world and how we help our youth become our future leaders. And we just have to help them. So we'll circle back to clarify, for instance, what's in youth programming that we fund in our current budget, what we funded in ARPA, knowing that we won't be able to sustain all of it, but looking longer term, the policy conversations that the board will have to have, what are those coordinated efforts to build more systems for our youth?
Thank you both. And again, Donna, thank you for the program and the holistic program and the fact that I see it and it's not very expensive. So that's why I'm like, what else could we do? But thank you. And again, I support it.
Commissioner Carter? I'm down here by myself. Netha, I need you back. A little bulk at this end of the table. I just wanted to thank the Cooperative Extension, Donna, and all your staff. It's clear that you all have really been thoughtful about how to increase your capacity to implement programming in ways that will be successful and in ways that will reach more children and youth, and will also do a sort of double duty in trying to reach out to children who might not otherwise be served. And I would really hate for a young person's family and the young person to want to go to camp and for the cost of the camp, especially if it's a county, connected camp like something through the Cooperative Extension. I would hate for the person not to be able to go because of that cost. So I was glad to see that in your budget, but maybe that's an area where more is needed. But I expect you guys have analyzed how many, what the demand will be, and that you probably think that amount matches the demand.
I think it matches where we want to start. Because I think it's really important to make sure we take kids who can be successful at camp and are prepared to go. And so we want to get the staffing up. So, I mean, I could see a point in time, like let's say we are filling one bus and we want to take a second bus. We might want to come back and talk about that.
Yeah.
I think we really want to do this really well. And
yeah.
So I think that's absolutely. We're at the level where we think we can do that really well.
Great. Another thing I really like about the Cooperative Extension, I do have a great deal of faith in the programming coming out of the Cooperative Extension, and am glad that you're looking at ways to build the internal capacity, of that department, so that we can continue to do great things in the community. And just really quickly, if I could lift up the
continued need to do even more around safe sleep. And I know the cooperative extension helps with that, and it has come up several times recently on the Child Fatality Prevention Task Force. A number of infant deaths are related to suffocation, basically from co-sleeping patterns. And so I just wanted to lift that up.
And I think we would be happy to bring any information back on, so we do run the Cribs for Kids program, which is a national program. It provides a safe sleep environment, so in the form of a safe pack and play. And we also provide the supportive education with families. So, and I know that, this is often based on referral, and we do a lot of outreach for this too, but I think there's, it's often getting the family connected with us, and making that connection is really important. So, and we also you all provide money, and we also raise additional funds to make sure we can provide enough of those supplies.
And we've been meeting with the mayor. The mayor's interested in these kind of programs as well, and with the activities for young people for the summer. I've been meeting with her around that. So, and the manager and the city manager will also be in that conversation about what are the things that we can do jointly. So that would give us more mileage for our buck when we can do it together. So just keep that conversation going, because I know she's interested.
And I will note that our Chief of Staff, Shannon Trapp, has been working with the city and the Office on Youth to capture what programs are being offered on both sides. And we're looking to create a landing page on their website so that it's a one-click and people can have access to what's available. Vice Chair Jacobs.
Yes, thank you, Shannon, for doing that. Yeah, I want to lift up that the city manager on her newsletter, that came out on Friday, she focused on summer opportunities for youth, and she actually has a link for the programs that Durham Parks and Rec offers. She highlights the youth work program, the summer youth work program, and also jobs that the city has, seasonal jobs like lifeguarding. And she references the future, partnership with the county. But I think we should remember it's not just, especially when you're talking about high school kids, I mean, any type of engagement is great. Some kids need to work or want to work. And then also the Triangle Volunteer Center, nonprofit and volunteer center leadership. I forget the new name of it, but it's our volunteer center, volunteer opportunities. So I think there's we do really have a lot of resources out there. I think the challenge is making sure that people in the community know about them and feel comfortable kind of, taking the next step. So thank you.
Shannon, did you want to add anything to that? I know you all had a very exhaustive conversation about what we feel like would be most beneficial.
We have, and we've been working on capturing all of those items on the county side and the city side, and we are looking that the Office on Youth will start promoting more heavily on March 8th is when they will have their landing page ready to begin pushing that out. We'll also push that out on our socials.
I wonder if it's possible for us to think about some kind of a joint slogan that we could all get around, like just something, I don't know, I'm not the person to think of it, but just, just something that we can all get behind, that we could really about getting busy, doing something this summer, because it's tied to mental health. It's also tied to the youth violence.
Yeah. And we're talking about more of a short-term strategy, something we can do for this summer, but also looking at a longer-term strategy, because there were some other ideas that we came up with that it's just not possible for us to achieve this summer, but looking forward to making sure next summer that we have those things available.
Thank you. You ready for the next one?
So we have one more presentation. We'll have an update from our Public Health Department on maternal health. And as a reminder, in your ARPA allocation, we funded over 1.3, nearly $1.3 million to support efforts with maternal health. So I will make this available.
Good afternoon, Chair Howerton, Commissioners, Manager Sowell. Thank you for having us. We're pleased to bring updates around our efforts in maternal health and the various initiatives that you funded for this current year and where we look to go in the next few budget years. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Nursing, Hattie Wood, who's going to speak more about the topic.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Manager. Thank you for allowing me another opportunity to come before you. So you've asked for an update on how we've used the funding that we asked for last fiscal year in reference.
You either have to pull it tighter to you or speak louder, one or the other.
Okay. You asked us to come before you to give you an update on the maternal health, where we are with the funding requests that you allocated for our services, keeping in mind that we want to decrease the numbers of maternal morbidity and mortality of the Black and brown population in Durham County. So having said that, we go forward with, so what is done, what has been done so far, and what is still needed. I'm just going to throw out, if we were in a perfect world, what we'd also like also. So what we've done so far is we provided lactation support, centering pregnancy started back up. The blood pressure monitors were ordered, and they will begin to be given to our clients who meet the criteria, and I'll go into further as to who meets the criteria for receiving a blood pressure cuff and why people need to know their number. We were interviewing for the Women's Health Navigator position that you allocated that would implement the Heal Her campaign and work with our moms in the 10-month of their pregnancy, the postpartum period, to decrease the mortality. And I'm happy to say that we have selected a candidate after a very rigorous interview process. There were specific items, requests that I liked for the person that would be selected for that position. And so we have selected an applicant for that. And we are now currently sending out for references and expect to move that forward. We've established more community partnerships, and we aided in expanding lactation space in the county of Durham. And we've funded food equity workshops, and there is now a community health worker in the Health Education Division with the IOCH Maternal Health Grant, and she's Spanish speaking, and she'll be working specifically with that community to decrease the mortality and morbidity of the brown women in Durham County. So we have an IBCLC, internationally breastfeeding, internationally certified lactation consultant. The position that you funded last year, which was funded 23% from the county, and the other position, and the remainder was funded by the grant. We asked last year on our service, on NSR request that the county fund that 100%, which you did. Since then, she has gone on to become internationally certified as a lactation consultant provider in our maternal health program. She's integrating breastfeeding education to prenatal appointments at appropriate gestational ages. She's offering the one-on-one breastfeeding support as needed. We've partnered with Breastfeed Durham, Health Education Department, who has the IOCMH grant to assist in the implementation of the 10 successful steps to breastfeeding. And we have a public health working with a community-based organization to develop a strategic 5-year breastfeeding plan. Public Health has aided 10 Durham County businesses in the formation of lactation spaces. And we funded 2 first food equity workshops utilizing that ICO 4MH funds from Public Health. And they have also, Public Health Education Transformation has welcomed and Andrea Chicas to the Health Education Department. She's a bilingual community health worker that will focus on providing reproductive life planning, reproductive justice, and breastfeeding support to Durham County community Spanish-speaking families. So I'm going to talk about, we've reestablished our centering program, and our centering programs have restarted, and these are some of the positive outcomes we've had since we opened it back up since last summer. As COVID decreased, we began to slowly open up our centering programs. The number of women with outcomes so far have been 16. So you look at the percent of babies that were born before 37 weeks when they were in the centering program, 0%. The number of babies born with low birth weight, 0%. 6% were admitted to the NICU, and 100% were discharged breastfeeding as a result of being our centering program. And then we talk about VBAC, that's vaginal birth after a C-section. We didn't have any of those. We remember now our denominator is 16. So, and then we had 19% that had C-section births. So centering has proven what we want to do is to increase our centering programs. We currently have about 10 programs going on. We'd like to go up to at least 20. We have Spanish-speaking centering programs, and we have English-speaking. And so I'll get with that. So last year, you also allocated $15,000 for our blood pressure monitors. So we have allocated those funds, and we've placed the orders for the blood pressure monitors to be given to our maternal health patients. And I'll go back with you to tell you how significant that is. Everyone needs to know what their number is. That's very important. And this will support monitoring throughout the pregnancy and during that 4th trimester. That 4th trimester, that postpartum period, that 4th trimester is one of the most that's really important. Is where you get your increase of maternal mortality, your data. That's where it's being seen. Things are not being picked up. And so that's also known as the postpartum period. And we're happy now that Medicaid has addressed that. It is a 10-month of Medicaid. You can receive the services, whether your services during that 10 months will be as a result of birth, or whether there were other issues that came up, but you will have the Medicaid to use for pregnancy-related issues during that time. We were actively interviewing for the nurse navigator when we made the slide. We have made a selection, like I said, and we'll be moving forward with that probably within the next week or two. So we'll establish support for the critical first year after giving birth. That's what this navigator is going to do. We asked for that position, and we gave it the title of an OB navigator. And we gave a letter of support to Duke. That Duke has applied for a multi-year grant. And the grant is to generate innovative approaches to address preventable maternal mortality, decrease severe maternal morbidity, and promote maternal health equity in partnership with one or more populations that experience that maternal health disparities, including but not limited to Black African Americans, Hispanic Latinos, American Indians, Alaska Natives, Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and other Pacific Islanders. The socioeconomically disadvantaged populations, the underserved rural populations, or sexual and gender minority populations. Persons with disabilities are also priority populations. So our health director was happy to sign a letter of support for this with Duke. So in a perfect world, if you ask me what would we like, we'd like to have funding to offer doulas for all Durham County maternal health clients. This effort is supported by ACOG's, American College of Gynecologists, 2019 report and the March of Dimes report card. we did put in a request for another position in maternal health clinic this year as a dedicated centering assistant. Our wish is also for this centering assistant to be bilingual, and that person will be dedicated specifically to maternal health in our centering programs to assist with the coordination of centering. And then, way in a perfect world, if we could have funding for an in-house Durham County Women's Health ultrasonographer, that would be awesome. So I want to go back and just give you a little information about two groups who have successfully delivered since Restart and Centering Group in August. Some of the comments were, one of the best benefits of me was that someone always asked a question that I didn't think to ask. That's when you have other clients that are like you in the room and receiving care. Some people may be scared to ask that question, but then somebody else will ask it and everybody gets the answer. And then another person said they felt extremely supportive and safe environment. It was a safe place for them. And when it came to time for laboring, centering had helped them and informed them of what to expect. In reference to the blood pressure monitors, those will be given to every client that qualifies for baby aspirin during pregnancy. Some of those qualifying factors include first pregnancy, African American, BMI greater than 30, mother or sister history of preeclampsia, more than 10 years between pregnancies, prior low birth weight babies, and various other comorbidities. Knowing your number is vital, especially during pregnancy and postpartum period. So, and then a client may come to the clinic and, we call and get that number. We can call them and ask them. They are trained on how to take their own blood pressure and to keep a record of it. And so that's very significant. We talk about the position that you gave us for the navigator. That candidate would be vital in implementing the Hear Her campaign. That Hear Her campaign. Listen to me, I know what I'm talking about. This is a great support system for women during the first year after giving birth. This Hear Her campaign. This person will be working across programs in the health department and will be reaching out into the community and as an ambassador for public health and for maternal health, and serving on committees for the public health also, and strengthening our existing partnerships as well as establishing new partnerships to continue the pursuit of a healthy community by focusing on the women and children of Durham County. And the grant that that gave the letter of support, this is a multi-year, multi-million-dollar grant. 5 to 7 community research centers will be established across the county and across the country, and they will receive the decision in May of 2023 whether or not Duke got that grant. So the doulas, you ask, what will they do? So the doulas funding will help ensure that all Durham County Department of Public Health maternal health patients have access to the support they need during the prenatal and birthing process. And the position that we request for the clinic assistant, this will allow for much needed for our recruitment, planning, and executing a growing centering pregnancy program. The data's in, and it shows what remarkable success we have with centering, the centering model. So you ask, so why do you want an ultrasonographer? Okay, so we currently would like that, in a perfect world. It will allow for immediate ultrasounds to help initiate first trimester care for our clients. Currently, we refer our clients to Duke for their ultrasounds. That's a delay in care. That's a delay. In contrast, we must send all of them to Duke for dating. So if we get them there and they're dating and they're 24 weeks as opposed to 16 weeks, so then what labs did they miss on their first trimester that they could have gotten that we need to catch up on, and what can we do? Are there alpha fetoprotein tests, AFP genetic testing that should have been done earlier? And that causes a delay in the initiation of any of our first trimester care, which studies have shown helps to reduce infant mortality and morbidity. So we've also said, should we get the position for the sonographer, because we have the ultrasound machines, that we would need budget adjustments to accommodate the maintenance of our ultrasound machine, as well as supplies to be able to deliver that care to our clients.
This is so
Thank you.
great. This is so great. I'm just sitting here just salivating. From last year to now, totally different conversation. So thank you for all the work that you've done to get to this far. And
Love the work.
you know, I know the doulas are excited and thankful for the work that you're doing to get them in place. And I absolutely support the request. So, you know, this has been such a conversation. I think the biggest impact that this conversation made on me was watching that video, and you know which one I'm talking about, where mothers were dying from giving birth. That, I mean, there were probably 100 people in the room, and I don't think there was a dry eye in that room. It was just so profound to watch what was occurring, and we can't have that in Durham. So I just want to say thank you, kudos, and let's keep going.
Yes.
If I may, Chair Howerton, today was timely because immediately prior to this session, Hattie and I were at our Born in Durham Healthy for Life retreat for the morning with community partners. So I think that we know, thinking about where we were last year and where we are now, we know we've come a long way and we still have a long way to go.
Yeah.
But we have absolutely been trying to do that in partnership with our community-based organizations and with our moms in the community who are advocating and who are affected by these issues, and it's our job to play our part in trying to make improvements. And I think we have really done a lot of hard, honest work with a lot of those groups that have helped to bring us to where we are, and I think inform these requests that we bring forward to you. So,
good, thank you. Commissioner Carter?
Thank you so much, Hattie and Liz. This was a great presentation, and I agree with what Brenda is saying, too. Makes us smile. I think I even saw some smiles, just break out on your faces as Hattie was describing the recommendations to us. And it is wonderful when we ask for what do you need in order to, what sort of investments do you need to address a disparity that we've lifted up. And you have come back to us with these are the things we think we need. We're already doing some of this. And some of it involves new staff. Some of it involves partnerships. And both of those are great. And I hope that we will, approve these, as many as possible. I feel, like they're all really valid and much needed. And I believe in the health department, too. I believe in your capacity to implement these and do a good job, do a great job. I love the idea of doulas for all of our maternal health clients. And I don't know whether I saw the same video as Brenda. I think Deborah Craig Ray sent a video out last year about the disparities in maternal health outcomes and the women who were, living this situation. Doulas was a number, it seemed like it was one of the most lifted up interventions that they believed would really make a difference. Anyway, all of this is great. The breastfeeding support, so much more is being done there. It's just fantastic. All of these, centering, nurse navigator, community health worker, excellent. Thank you so much.
and I think thinking specifically about our doulas, I want to acknowledge that work is happening in the community. They just aren't getting paid for it.
Thank you. Yeah.
And we know that.
Yeah.
And so we
Yeah.
need to figure out how to pay them for it
Yep.
and to ensure that all of our patients are able to access those services.
Yeah.
So it's actually a double strategy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. There's been a couple of specials on one of the TV channels about it as well, showing the doulas having a conversation about the work that they're doing.
Happy you said it so I didn't have to. because that was exactly what I was about to bring up. I know a lot of doulas. I know the need for doulas. I know what it's like to go in the hospital, and just because of how you look, you sicker than the person that came in right before you. And when you're trying to have a baby, you need somebody who can advocate for you. That might not be your spouse or your partner because they sitting there looking crazy too. So somebody who knows the plan and level-headed. So much like my colleagues, I don't have a problem with any of these requests. However, I am going to be somewhat of the wet blanket today. Ain't got nothing to do with y'all. It got to do with the community. Couple of things. I'm excited about everything I saw. I think you said it best. We've come a long way. We still got a ways to go. We elevated some issues with disparities, and so we put things in place to help close the gap in those disparities. But I didn't see no numbers today, ladies. So I don't know if there are no numbers in this. So I don't know if we have closed the gap in that disparity. And we might not know today. It might take 2-3 years. I'm smart enough to know that, right? But I would love to see, and it doesn't have to just be last year, and it doesn't have to be today, but I would love for somebody to email me. Maybe this can be one of our directives. I want to see a demographics breakdown of who we are serving, who we are actually serving. Because, again, every year the same thing comes out. Black educated woman, more likely to die in the hospital, more likely for their child to die in the hospital than somebody who immigrated here 60 days ago, right? So if we're putting all this in place and that disparity still exists, then we haven't done what we needed to do. I'm not saying that that's the case. I just want to see, are we improving, right? Because in every budget, it's the same thing. Dead black woman, dead black woman, dead black woman. Nobody wants to hear that, but that's what the case is. So until I can see that some of the stuff that we're doing, as great and as beautiful as it sounds, is actually doing that, then maybe we should be doing something else. Is that fair? That ain't mean, that's fair. So as far as the stenographer, I'm also a proponent of it. At NCCIW, that's the North Carolina Correctional Institute for Women, nobody wanted to pay for a mammography machine. Nobody wanted to pay for a stenographer. And I forget how many hundreds of thousands of dollars it was, but once you put those things in place, you do catch things early. You catch cancer earlier. So now, the person, by the time you're in pain with cancer, we're at stage 3 or 4 when we could have caught it here. By the time you're in pain with a baby, we have a whole nother problem. So I am a proponent of it, but I also know you elevated it. It's not just a stenographer. I need somebody who can operate it. I need supplies. So I would love to know how much it's going to cost. Not because I don't want to do it, but I actually know we're going to need some other stuff around a machine. And I want to make sure that y'all have that other stuff around that machine. So I know that that's not for this meeting. I know the manager's probably going to bring it back to us. But also, the other thing I would like, this is a request for me. I would hope my board would also be interested. You talked about how some of the doulas are not being paid. I do want to know what culturally competent nonprofits we have been working with. Like, that's important because, again, we can have as many doulas as we want to. We can have as many folks as we want to. I'm happy we're getting Spanish-speaking folks. But, again, something that Deidreana Freeman said, I found that in this community and all over North Carolina, we will get a translator for everybody else except for the folks that look like us. And every now and then, I speak English, but I need a translator. So I just want to make sure that we're also having culturally competent doulas that can go into these spaces and speak up for these women where they're in a significant amount of pain, very afraid trying to bring a baby into this world. But kudos to you ladies and gentlemen who have worked on this, and I can't wait to see what's next. But I do want to see if we're cracking the nut on these disparities.
So I'm happy to share, as you know, we have a fabulous data team in public health. We will brag about them every day because they're wonderful. And we have really taken the dashboard approach that we used during COVID and that we know served our community so well, and we've started to apply it to other areas in public health. One area that is in the works, and I think in pretty good shape, we weren't quite prepared to share it today, but we do have a maternal health dashboard that is specifically looking at disparities. It's looking at who we're serving.
Yay for that.
It's looking at who we're serving in our clinic compared to who's giving birth in the county. It's looking at when people are starting care, like some of the data that Hattie did mention related to centering. It's looking at breastfeeding rates, returning for postpartum follow-up visits, all those things. Because we absolutely need to be looking at that data. We know it's going to take a minute. It's not going to happen year from 1 year to the next. But over the next 5 years, we better see some changes, or else we're not doing the right things. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah. So, go ahead,
I just wanted to add, thank you, Commissioner Burns, for your comments, because as time would have it, there's a really important maternal and infant health conference or conversation that's going to happen in Guilford County next month. And of course, they reached out to Durham County to work and partner with them. Not only are they including, of course, community affected individuals and families and partners of people who unfortunately have had a very poor outcome. They're inviting clinical folks and, of course, community and doulas. And so it's this cross-section of partners and community that will come together. They have full support of their elected officials, and we're right next door, and they said, will you partner with us to share in this conversation? I believe also Wake County. So something that we need to have this conversation. I think it's going to have statewide implication in terms of who will show up and participate in this conversation. It's much needed, and we know not only is our county affected, our state, all across our country, we have this great disproportionality and disparity around maternal health outcomes and infants, and so really excited about that, and what we come back with, we can incorporate. But I will say that Durham County, guess I'm a little biased, but Durham County we really want to delve more deeply into those structural and systemic issues that really also contribute significantly to these outcomes. So thank you for that, bringing that up.
And if I can add, aren't we also looking to cover the cost? If we have people in Durham, like doulas, that want to attend, that we will cover the cost of their attendance.
Yeah. And Joanne, would you share that the cost for being a part, we don't have to pay that?
I will say we have the full support of Director Jenkins, and so we're working together to see how we can help build capacity for the conference, to make sure that we have state folks are even interested in attending. So something is just growing into a conversation that we needed to have. So we'll get back with you on that.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. And Keith is saying we got to hurry up. I see him up there, and Wendy has something. So, Keith, how much more do you have that you need to get done?
Look,
at 4
Keith
o'clock? Are
was
you
going to
okay?
take more time when he was presenting, and now he's trying to wrap us.
I saved my questions for this evening.
All right. Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah, I just want to echo great presentation, great work on all that you've done, really in a short amount of time. And I do also look forward to seeing the outcomes. It was great just to see those outcomes with 16 people. Was fantastic. Just to clarify, because we're talking about ARPA funding right now, the what still is needed, are you going to, can you share are these things that can be funded with ARPA funding that we're looking at right now?
What I would recommend, as we do with any proposal, is that the proposal is presented, and because there were dollars in the plan that were set aside for public health components, but we will determine how to address it with staff. For an example, there were some one-time cost items that could be funded through the realignment of existing dollars overall in public health. The reoccurring costs, that's something that we would have to consider, but we will work with Manager Joanne Pierce and the director to flesh out the budget in its entirety, and then come back with some recommendations and which type of funding.
Okay, because I guess I thought we were focused on what we could use ARPA for.
Yes, ma'am, and we could use funding, ARPA funding for it, but because it's not fleshed out, I just wanted to,
Okay.
this is it's most appropriate.
Okay.
Yeah, but I have to do the crosswalk.
Right. I mean, because we're doing the 4-H program, right, is some positions too.
Right, and that was already programmed in.
Yeah.
So we'd been talking about that for about a year.
Okay.
And so for this, because it's right now,
Okay.
We just do our due diligence so that y'all.
Okay, got it. Yeah, and I just want to highlight also that the nonprofits that we did fund for maternal health, one of them was an organization that is focused on doulas. So it's also really great to see the alignment between what you're doing and connecting to what's happening in the community. I mean, again, this conversation of how do we have a systems approach. It sounds like the navigator, when you were talking about the navigator, I was like, oh, you're going to have a Mary Kate with, maternal health, somebody who can be out there, making those connections and looking at a system. Because, again, like everything else, we have to have things that are embedded systemically. So I was really glad to hear you talk about Duke, because again, that's one of our huge partners that needs to be part of the solution, and investing in this as well. So I hope we'll continue those conversations as well with Duke. But so
yeah, I want to acknowledge the manager, and Rod Jenkins is not here, but I want to acknowledge her, because when we start to sit down with some of the doulas to try to unravel this conversation, Rod, the county manager, Joanne, were committed to figuring out what it was that they were asking for. And that was no small task. So I just wanted to acknowledge you, and I know Rod's not here, but that was we appreciate you doing that and hanging in there, as they were committed, and they had to get us committed around them. So thank you all for the work that you've done on this issue.
I did have one question. So I remember from the previous presentation that actually our Latinx population has the even worse outcomes around maternal health. No, it wasn't? Okay. I thought in Durham we were seeing that.
In Durham, our disparity around maternal morbidity and mortality, the disparity ratio is highest comparing white moms to Black or African American moms. Okay. Our Latina moms fall in between those. But I will say in Durham, and I think within our clinic, our Latina moms tend to come to care later, and they tend to have some more access to care issues. So kind of other factors coming in there, but in terms of actual data related to morbidity and mortality, it's our Black moms who are suffering the highest.
Thank you for clarifying that. So maybe I wasn't paying attention. Are we doing anything with more outreach bilingually, or have there been, I don't know what our status is related to that. Do we have that capacity with?
I think in terms of reaching our Latina moms, like Hattie mentioned, we have our community health worker position funded through ICO for MCH, who is bilingual. In the past, the community health worker positions for that grant have not necessarily been bilingual, so I think that's a big step. And then additionally, the centering assistant that we're asking for this year would be a bilingual person to support our Spanish centering programs. We find that more moms tend to gravitate towards centering who are Spanish speaking. And so the more support that we can give to our centering program, that is likely going to most significantly affect our Latina moms.
In addition to that, we also have our care management high-risk program, CIMHARP, where we have case managers, and we have some that are Spanish-speaking, and we also are funded with another grant from the state that supports uninsured and underinsured, well, actually uninsured, not Medicaid, patients that need resources allocations, and they receive care management services from our Spanish-speaking care managers as well, and linking them to resources, and these are high-risk pregnancies, so she directly works with the specific Spanish population in reference to that are pregnant. So.
Wow, you all are doing a lot. It's really impressive. Thank you.
Okay, no other questions? Well,
I have
thank you.
a question, Chair Howerton. This is Nida.
Hey, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this presentation. I had two questions, and I apologize for the first one if this was already discussed and I may have missed it, but especially in the conversation around Black maternal health, this is more just a general question to staff. I know we had a presentation a few months back from some doula organizations within the community, and they were supposed to be coming back to do a follow-up conversation because I know we didn't get through that. Do we know when that's going to be happening and if that's going to be tied into this discussion? That's my first question.
Commissioner Alum, some of those doulas through collaboration and coalition building received funding through the first wave of ARPA distribution.
Okay, so will they be coming back to finish their presentation to us, or just wondering?
We will come back to the board to award contracts, and what we can do is make sure that we elevate what was in their proposal, and we can also send some additional information to you after the meeting based on their initial application and that review process. So I think you'll be excited. There's also a consortium among them that's started that's also being co-facilitated by the United Way, which is excited. And so we'll follow up and give you more detailed information on that.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question was more about just inclusiveness and making sure, like, what work are we doing in this field and just generally in Durham public health of looking at the language that we're using, because I know a lot of the places in this conversation we've put, women and moms, but also making sure that we're being inclusive to non-binary and trans birthing people, just to be inclusive of them and making sure the outreach is equitable also in those areas.
Thank you for pointing that out, Commissioner Alam, and I think that is good feedback. I know in general we're tending towards using terms more like birthing people or people who give birth rather than just exclusively talking about women. Within our clinic at Public Health, we don't see a high proportion of transgender or gender non-binary folks, but that is certainly an area that we think is an area for growth, both within our OB clinic as well as our family planning clinic, and thinking about how we offer that care to everyone along the sex and gender spectrum. So I think you bring a good point in terms of the language that we use both in presentations and really that's been asked for in some of the grants that we've submitted to include the partnership with Duke that Hattie mentioned in our presentation.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, any other questions? All right,
Great. Thank you all so much. Great presentation. Thanks. So I think we're scheduled for another break right now. And I know that we are a little off our time with our schedule, but I think because we allowed time for commissioner discussion at the end of the day, we can certainly allow that discussion to move toward tomorrow if we need to, because I know we were all here late last night. So let's we can take a break.
Are we going to end at 4?
We're going to, yes, ma'am. We're going to. So I will.
I second that, talking tomorrow.
I will reserve that discussion time for tomorrow.
Okay.
But let's take about 10 minutes for a break.
All right.
Yeah. Got the letter? Yeah, we'll just move that discussion to tomorrow. No, no, no.
Screen.
Okay, so it looks like we have our presenters for our final presentation of the day. Thank you so much for your patience. So we have Angela Nunn here and Gudrun Palmer to talk to us about the youth home, give us an update. Looks like our presentation is ready, so we'll go ahead and turn it over to you all.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for giving us an opportunity to come and present what our needs are moving forward. As most of you are aware, the Durham County Youth Home provides secure custody programs and care for juveniles who've been detained in the courts while they await disposition. The children reside in our facility are between the ages of 10 and 17. However, we do have 18-year-olds in our system now, and that is because they're still in the juvenile justice courts and cannot be housed in our local jails. The youth home is one of 11 state juvenile detention facilities, and we are one of 4 that are county-run. The children in our courts, in our system, are there for supervision. The youth home provides emotional and safe environment with our juveniles receive custodial care that includes meals, clothing, bedding, routine medical attention, educational resources, and structured program and counseling. Guess I'll go to the next slide.
Could you, the other one?
Right, thank you. This slide shows the existing facility, our exterior view at entrance, the interior view of our day room, and previous exterior view from Broad Street. The facility was built in 1983. We currently have challenges with our facility, and O'Brien Atkinson did a study in 2017. They went back in 2018 and did a program study and determined that we had significant deficits in our facility as it relates to our IT, our plumbing equipment, and our overall housing layout.
Just to add to this, this facility was never built or intended to be a detention facility, a secure facility for children.
Right. Okay. On this slide, you will see the rendering of what we will look like in 5 months, which is a significant stark difference between what we look like as of today.
This view is from when you turn into the driveway. So I don't know how many of you are driving past the construction right now on Broad Street. It looks pretty imposing, looks like a fortress, but I think the final product will be a lot more inviting, and the entrance will orient itself to coming from as you turn into the driveway. Am I right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. This is our floor plan, which is designed to meet all of our operational needs, also allowing us the opportunity to classify, separate, and segregate our youth based on the offenses and, of course, their ages, in which we have a difficult time doing in the current facility. You will notice that we have 4 pods. We have 2 pods of 12, 1 pod of 8, and 1 pod of 4 for special housing. We have 3 classrooms. We also have an indoor recreation area, which we did not have in the past. So if inclement weather, we could not have a good exercise activity for our children. We also have an area designated for our medical team to work with our children, as well as having office space in our administrative area for the youth home, having an appropriate lounge for our staff, and a wellness room so that we can have an opportunity to take care of our own mental health in a stressful environment, as well as locker rooms and showers for the staff. To the right of that, you will see our assessment center space, which is offices and conference rooms as well.
It's the light green, top right.
Top right, yes. This view is the layout of our current facility, as well as how the new facility sets in on that land area. The goal of this project was to keep Durham children in Durham County. It is approximately 41,000, 55,000 square feet, 36 beds. 27,545 square feet is designated for programs and services. So over half of that is for programming and services. It also includes this assessment center. This project was required as part of the legal settlement in 2019. We're looking to partner with the Department of Public Safety and Juvenile Justice on this project. They cannot give us capital funds, but there is a commitment that they can perhaps give us funding for computers and furnishings. So we're going to hold Billy to that. We are also pursuing LEED Gold. The assessment center. The assessment center It's not a community center for all Durham children. The assessment center purpose is to serve at-risk youth and those who have been court involved or whose behavior puts them at risk of being court involved, and to prevent further penetration of the criminal justice system. Chair Howardton, you and I worked on this project for a couple of years. We worked really hard with the county, really hard with the county manager. The county manager gave us an okay in 2014 to assemble a group of stakeholders, in which we did convene, and we had representation from Durham Juvenile Court, our district attorney and public defender's office, our district court judges, the Juvenile Justice Institute from North Carolina Central University. We had community programming from the Department of Public Safety and Juvenile Justice, our local JCPC program, psychologists, and several other community stakeholders who were experts in their respective fields that they serve. So we had a vast majority of people working on this project and coming up with an excellent plan that they thought would be good for Durham County. So with that said, this space is designed for different agencies that touch children and families. We will have system navigators who would be at our facility in the assessment center 1 day a week or at a minimum a half a day. And those system navigators that we have pinpointed to date are Department of Public Safety. We have Durham Public Schools that we're working with on that as well. We have Alliance Behavior Health. We have Project Build. And I'm missing someone else, but we do have a group of stakeholders who are currently committed to working with us in that facility. There will be varying hours to accommodate family and youth. We have a collaboration with our partners in the juvenile justice system, mental health, schools, youth-serving organizations, and nonprofits to ensure that we have adequate support in the assessment center to be a resource hub. Who can refer to this agency? A youth may self-refer. Anyone can refer a youth or family to the center who is in crisis, law enforcement, our schools, parents, other youth-serving agencies, and as well, juvenile court.
We also think that JCPC funded programs would be great partners to have time or certain hours at the assessment center to be available to other families and youth.
Okay. Now let's talk about financing. The youth home budget was built on phasing approach. We understand that everything may not be able to open on day one. Therefore, this budget is comprised of 3 significant priorities. Each priority highlights the level of funding required based on the number of pods and beds open and the operating costs associated with it. Priority 1 is designed to meet the infrastructure of the new facility needs opening on day 1, with approximately 16 to 24 beds. And we feel that we will be able to do that based on the current level of staffing that we have.
In addition to those positions?
In addition to the positions on this slide. We're asking for an additional 3 FTEs for the assessment center, 4.3 FTEs for the administration part of the youth home, an increase in our psychiatric contract, additional operating expenses for supplies, food, copy fees, and radios. And as I stated, that would give us approximately 16 to 24 beds.
And currently there are 14 beds.
Right. We also have requests in for partner agencies. We have a request for Alliance to increase our licensed clinical social worker position to 100%. We also are asking for WellPath staff to increase their nursing services and psychologists at the facility, as well as Durham Public Schools to assist with our 3 classrooms. We're asking for an additional teacher and a teacher assistant. Priority 2 funding would give us an additional 8 beds opening in one of the pods, additional operating expenses for supplies, food, copy fees, and uniforms and radios, as well as an additional 6 FTEs for youth home counseling positions. And then I just want to remind you that those positions are classified as hard to fill and are very difficult to fill at this time. And lastly, our priority 3 request is for 8 additional beds to be open. And at that point, at priority 3, that would be 36 beds. Additional operating expenses, supplies, food, copy fees, and uniforms for the staff that would be coming on board at that phase, as well as the additional 5 FTEs. And my last slide is the revenue sources related to our priority requests. At funding at a priority 1, we are projecting an additional $260,000 in revenues on top of what we are already receiving. At a priority 2 level funding, that would incur an additional $152,000. And our priority 3, 36 beds being opened, would be an additional $308,000. So for the total revenue fully operational, that would be an additional $720,000 to make this happen. And I also want to note that with the revenue sources that are coming in, that usually reduces the youth home's net budget almost half, which is what it has done in the past. The projected revenue that I have put on this slide, I want you to understand, is very conservative. I anticipate that we would have the potential to increase that funding a little bit more, but I wanted to be conservative and make sure that we can meet those revenue funding streams. And at this time, I'll entertain any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Angela and Gudrun, for your presentation. You know, we started this conversation yesterday. We were a little premature. So I have 2 questions, and then I'll pass it over to my board members. One of the questions that we had was about staffing, that we hear that there's a problem with keeping staff right now. So what do you anticipate as far as staffing?
We are continuing to hire as quick as possible. I spend quite a bit of time screening applications and interviewing. I currently have 3 conditional offers out, with hoping that staff will be on board by mid-March or late March. And then we will continue to interview until we can fill our positions. We did participate in a resource fair at the library back in the fall of the year. We also have plans to reach out to our local universities to see if we can come to their resource fairs, to have conversations with them as well. And we're just trying to hire as quick as possible.
Yeah.
And we're competing with other agencies to get qualified people. The most difficult part about interviewing and these positions is that there are certain people are automatically weeded out because they have to meet the standards. Criminal charges will weed someone out very quickly. And then, we have testing. They have to pass a physical, drug screen, mental health screening, and all of those things because they're certified positions. So a lot of people who interview are not qualified for us to move them further into the applicant process.
Yeah,
you don't know that until they come into the door and interview and hand you that package. And then you do the research and realize that they cannot.
I think the other complicating factor is that the process is quite time consuming. And so if you have a qualified applicant, by the time they go through the county process and the state standards process, they may have moved on and they already found something else. So these are very complicated situations.
Well, we're hearing it's not just Durham, it's other places as well, across the state.
Absolutely.
The other question that I have has to do with the assessment center. Did I just hear you say that it will not be for community in general?
Right. The assessment center was designed to work with children and families at risk of being in the criminal justice system and who are in crisis. It is a preventive model. So it's not a community center, for instance, like the Y or something like that, where children come and interact and play and do those things. This is for children who show up at our doorsteps today saying, hey, I need help, I'm homeless. Or a parent who drives up to the fence today and say, I've had it with this child. He was just suspended from school. He just got into a fight. I don't know what to do. I receive a telephone call from a parent to say, I don't know what to do. They're telling me he's not in the criminal justice system. There's nothing they can do. So what am I going to do? Do I have to wait for my child to commit a crime to get help? So those are the premises of why the assessment center was designed with those group of stakeholders, because we were looking at what do we see happening today. These children are sliding through the loops and they're getting in trouble. And we know it's cheaper to prevent than it is to intervene when they're in the system. And it's hard to get them out of the system. Once the criminal justice system touch our children, stats show that they further penetrate the system. So the most important thing that we can do is to keep them out of the system so that they will not struggle to get out and then get branded, have felony charges, can't get jobs, can't be productive citizens in the state. And the assessment center is designed to help those families who have been showing up at my door since 1991 when I appeared.
And I think the other point is juvenile justice has the option of diverting. If they get, if a child has contact, then juvenile justice makes a decision as to whether or not to file a petition or whether to offer a diversion and provide some services. And so juvenile justice will have a presence at that center. So this is where families can come, and then having the other agencies at the same place, the ones that are designed or have a special interest in serving those kids that are at risk and coming from very difficult backgrounds. The hope is that the assessment center will bring juvenile justice and child serving agencies together so they can get diverted, get connected, get the families, find support for the families, for the parents, like our, the JCPC programs, Parenting of Adolescents. They do a really good job with coming into a home and doing strengthening the family and the parents. So that's kind of the design for this juvenile assessment center.
Okay, the follow-up on that was one of the conversations that we had with the community was that they could have input about the programs that would be, that we would have there. Have there been any meetings with some of the community members at all?
I have gone around the community to meet with agencies who would allow me to come in. I've reached out to a lot of people who would not respond. So we have had conversations about that, but the assessment center, essentially there is no programming in the assessment center. The assessment center is a resource hub. So we will be working with children and families to connect them to services that they may not already be connected to, or reconnect them to services that they're not participating in. Trying to figure out why is it that you're not following the plan that DSS has, or why are you not following the plan that Durham Public Schools has. So it's about us getting involved and trying to connect them and making sure if there are any barriers, we can remove some of those barriers so children and families can get services that they indeed need.
Over the last year, Angela has met with Partners Against Crime, various organizations, and
the HARD program
presented on the new youth home, the concept, and also the assessment center to share the information. We also reached out to the city, the community wellness and safety task force, and we're told that they are at a stage where they don't have time for us anymore, or they have moved on. So they're wrapping up. They're wrapping up, and so they are not kind of rewriting. So
okay. All right, thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Angela. You know, you can't retire until after, you've been at this for how many years now?
29.
29 years, okay.
I worked on this vision since 2001, and that's when I became interim director.
Yeah, okay, so it's gonna happen.
It is. I see it every day with the dust.
Yeah.
So we're really excited about it.
So I just was wondering, first of all, what is the status of the actual construction of it? Like, where are we at with that?
We are on schedule, and we're projected to open in August of '23.
Okay, great. All
No
right,
other
where's
issues
Perry?
happen, so we're
Looking for
talking
that
August.
ribbon cutting and tour and all that.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So, yeah, related to, I mean, it sounds like the reality of staffing that we need to roll out in phases. You know, you talked about the priorities. Obviously, priority one would be the place to start. And I would think you would, you know, we want to be successful.
Yes, most important.
Yes, so,
Wanna do it
you know,
right.
taking on what we know we can be successful at. Related to staffing, is there anything else that you feel like we could do? I mean, I know this is a bigger conversation. I mean, is it salary? Do you think being in a new building will be more attractive and being able to have a different climate and programming, will that make it more attractive? But is just any other thoughts on anything else we could do to help with filling the positions?
That's a very good question. There's so many reasons why those positions in public safety are so hard to fill. I'm not sure it's money. I think the generations have changed, and people are not really interested in juvenile justice as much as they used to be. I think children today are raised with different ideas and perspectives, and they do not see careers in this field as being lucrative, for one, because it is public service and they don't pay well. And parents are telling their children, when you go to college, you need to pick a career that you will be able to make money with. So I'm not sure it's money, but I think the environment does make a difference. And I'm hopeful that a new bright building with bright lights and beautiful colors and the layout looking safer than what we have will get more people in the door and perhaps keep the people that we already have. More important, we need to be able to sustain the staff that you have. This past December and the 1st of January, I lost 6 males right out the door by the 1st of the year. And with the minimum staff that I have, that was crippling to us. But I really don't know what the answer is. We just keep trying to figure it out and have a salary that is decent and is competitive.
And is our salary decent and competitive at this point, or?
At this point, it's better than what the state is paying. However, when you look at Guilford County, and of course Mecklenburg just shut down, but Mecklenburg's starting salary, I think, was like $58,000. And Guilford's salaries are starting in the high 49, 50-ish. And they just got the new comp study, so they leaped over us.
Okay.
We were trying to catch up with Guilford in the previous years, and now they've increased that.
Okay.
And a lot of the kids who are coming in are asking for these enormous amounts. I mean, on the applications that we're seeing coming in the door, they're asking for $68,000, $75,000.
Okay.
Telling Goodwin, but I'm like,
Oh, so they didn't even read the range.
These ask.
They
Yeah,
didn't even
the
read
top.
Right.
The range is at
So
the top.
this new Gen X, Y, and Z coming in, they're demanding, they know the competition.
Yeah.
So they're coming in, negotiating, and demanding higher salaries.
Can I get a follow-up to Commissioner Jake? I don't want to, because it's in the same space, and I know we don't have, so like, this is timely, if for no other reason, we did a resolution last night, right? And so we do know, I saw the interview that Billy Lassiter did. I've had an opportunity to talk with him. So statewide, in these facilities specifically, and almost auxiliary even to your facility, we're seeing 50% vacancies, right? And so in the resolution that we all, agreed to last night on consent agenda, one of the requests was, in order to aid this, can we support compressed salaries? And one of the arguments he made was, okay, when they did raise the age, they recognized that we needed more people because the number went from like 200 some kids to 300 some kids, and then the General Assembly kind of just lost in the language, forgot about this kind of sort of step ladder that they had for those positions. So in the spirit of all that, knowing that it's 50% lower, I'd love to know what our rate is kind of sort of right now.
I can
and
tell
also,
you, 52%.
Thank you. So it's higher than the state. So I didn't know that, but so it's higher than the state. So I know you say salaries wouldn't help, but kind of sort of in all these other spaces it says that it would. So what would you like to see us get to?
I would like for us, as it relates to salaries, I would like for us to have a starting salary of at least 50 to 52,000.
I just wanted to hear a number.
So I know I was going to ask the county manager if this was something that will be looked at with the comp study and as we look at this next year's budget and getting ready for the new center to be opening right after the new fiscal year.
And so I will say the short answer is yes.
Yeah.
But that shouldn't be the only thing that we look at.
Yeah.
There is a comprehensive overview that we need to take.
Yeah.
And
I was just
actually,
curious.
we got the most updated vacancy rate is 57% where we are. So it's growing. And so we need to take a good hard look at this and how we will staff the facility and what services, what offerings can we comfortably provide. And because what we don't want to do is fill the beds and then don't have the staff.
We can't. We can't.
We can't do.
We can't. You cannot have more residents than we have. There is staff too, but it's all of public safety. All safe community has this issue. It's not the youth home. It's not the detention center. It's EMS. It's all the because those are positions that are 24/7. People work at night. People work
weekends,
shifts,
holidays.
and every day. Weekends, holidays. Angela worked on January 1st, sitting at the hospital with a kid for 10 hours.
Yeah, something like that.
So these positions, and you compare that to someone who can work from home, right?
Yeah.
We understand that, and so there have to be other incentives, and there has to be something that we can create or can incentivize.
Yeah.
What can it look like? I want to say, this is not due to Angela's lack of leadership or anything. Angela's one of the hardest working people
Amen.
we have here. And so we know that she is putting in the work and the effort that we need. But so we have to help her think differently.
Been at it for a while.
For a long time.
Right. And that's why I feel like we have a great opportunity with this new facility to really, create a different environment or incentivize, the mission and things like that. So, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful.
I am too, and I'm glad you gave me the opportunity to say what will help. And there's a couple of things that I forgot, and staff, if you're listening, please forgive me. A lot of the complaints we have is overtime. Durham County has this unique overtime formula that nobody understands but payroll. Nobody understands it but payroll. And we tell our staff, I am sorry, call payroll. They will explain it to you. I can tell you what they say. I don't understand it, but payroll can explain it to you perhaps. But you have to work so many hours before you actually get into overtime pay. And a lot of other organizations will give you overtime once you have met those hours. And the state does that as well. You automatically go into overtime. But here in Durham County, 170 hours, right. yeah, well, 40, yeah.
It's
But
the work schedule, actually.
right, so that is cumbersome to staff. And no, I don't want to work additional hours because I'm not going to make overtime. And then the other thing is that, shift premiums. We did get shift premiums for our midnight to 8 shift. However, most state government and prisons, there's shift premium for evening hours. So if you're working from 4 to midnight, there's a premium. Midnight to 8, there's a premium. So those are some things that I would love for us to look at, and I think you probably have the same issue in the conversation as well. That is something that I think will incentivize my staff to work even harder. And bless their hearts, they are working really hard because, I'm at 52%. I'm operating 24/7. My staff is working 12-hour shifts. They're working 10 to 12 straight days with 1 day off. They're working weekends and holidays, and they're putting in the effort. And I appreciate that for them, but I'm also fighting for them and trying to get whatever we can get to assist us.
Well, thank you,
It is
Angela,
difficult work.
for bringing forth some things that we can look at.
And this staged approach and what money, and this staged approach.
Yes.
I appreciate this. And the money that could possibly cover half of what you have to do.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
The revenue is conservative.
Yeah, the revenue is important. I just wanted
So
to.
there's probably more money coming.
Yeah, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about the assessment center, because I think the model that you're talking about is really important, of co-locating services. I mean, we've seen this in a lot of other places, Oak City. I mean, we saw that at Haven for Hope in Texas, Oak City's in Raleigh, but creating a place where you create the opportunity for the existing services to come and be in one place for the community. And so, creates that access to people. And plus, it sounds like there's going to be an open door
Yes.
for people, because when people are at that point, they're desperate.
Yes.
And, right now, we're asking people to wait weeks, if not months, to get appointments and things like that. So I hope that we can, and I don't know what the design is for the layout, but whatever will facilitate, maybe we can go back and look at that, but in the slides, but to facilitate that, having folks be able to be, whether it's 1 day a week, so-and-so's there, that is the best practice model. It really is, and it's the most cost-effective. I do want to.
I'm sorry, I think it's also perfect to have them there when you do discharge planning. So when you have a child that is leaving the detention, then there is staff that will make sure that they are connected to services before they walk out the door.
Yeah, and I just want to throw out, I know you mentioned some of the partners, but I think our Community Intervention Support Service Department, with those groups being
Project Build is front and center.
Yeah, but even MBK, because once there's that network of all the advisory, all the different mentoring and all those groups, and I was thinking of the SROs. I mean, being a partner as well. Anyone who's having a point of contact with youth in our community, young people, would be, I think, conduits. But I do think there should be, I know Chair Howerton raised the issue of the engagement, and it sounds like you have been trying, but I do think we're going to have, and it's up to you all to decide how to do it, but some more open-ended type of public, whether it's an information session, where you're explaining what these, this is the plan for the assessment center, and asking for any feedback or other suggestions. But I do think we're going to need to have something that is, a public type thing.
I have requested that they do that.
Okay.
So there should be already discussions about it.
Yeah.
So Commissioners, it is after 4 o'clock, and we need for Keith
to wrap this up and talk about tomorrow. I know Commissioner Lom, you're on the line, but we need to wrap this up, and your questions can be, we can carry this over for questions for tomorrow. Let's let Keith say what he needs to say, and then let's wrap it up and come back tomorrow. Thank
Keith,
you.
I don't know if you.
Thank you, Angela. And
we'll do the
Gudrun.
discussion, the commissioner discussion tomorrow.
There's not much to wrap up. Just I'll remind you that tomorrow's meeting, we're going to start with, well, I don't have it in front of me, but I know for a fact we're going to do Mars, the living wage discussion. We'll start with an overview again, and then a living wage discussion. Then we'll have the long-time homeowners relief fund discussion, and then we'll talk about Board of Election space. Then you all will have a chance to talk about priorities and ask any other questions you have as it relates. Are there budget questions you want to talk about specifically before we end today?
Okay, and if there are questions that anyone want to email them tonight, you could do that. I mean, you usually do that. Email the staff if you have some other questions that you think you might forget between now and tomorrow. Just email Keith and let him get the information for you. But I think we've had a long day and then last night, so I think everybody needs a break. Yeah. Anything else with you, Manager? All right.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Okay.
Are we going to have enough time for kind of board discussion tomorrow? Because I know we didn't get to do that today. Just wondering.
Yes, we'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah, do that tomorrow.
12 or 1.
I thought it was 9 to 1.
It's actually
9 to 12.
Okay.
But if we need, we will have, I think, to-go box lunches.
For lunches, yes, ma'am.
For tomorrow. So if the board is so inclined and we need to go past 12, we'll be able to do that and take lunch if we need to.
Okay. So we adjourned.